Chapter 31, Entering the City, Whoever Blocks, Dies. Or perhaps, had Chen Yu's strength already grown to the point where he could appear in two places at once. But regardless of which possibility it was, for him, and for Shrek, it was not good news. To this, Chen Yu only said indifferently, "It is just a precaution." His tone was as calm as water, as if this were the most ordinary of matters. He offered no explanation, no boasting, and not even a trace of smugness. That indifferent posture was more impactful than any intense rhetoric. Because in Chen Yu's eyes, this was simply nothing worth making a fuss about. As one who had undergone transmigration, he knew clearly that the Douluo universe was never limited to just the Spirit Master system for the path to cultivate. He knew of too many possibilities. Whether it was the Abyss Plane, the Demon Plane, or the other 108 planes of the God Realm. For example, the Chef system of the Ice-Fire Magic Chef Plane, the Throne system of the Divine Throne of Seal Plane, and various other paths to cultivate that were completely different from the Spirit Master system. These all proved that the inclusivity of the Douluo universe far exceeded what the world imagined. And the Spirit Master system was just one of those paths, but not the only one. Therefore, he would not limit himself to the Spirit Master system. He came to this world, not to follow the beaten path of others step by step. He was here to change this world, to subvert this world. If even his thinking were limited within the framework of the Spirit Master system, then how would he be any different from everyone else in this world? Thus, in order to seek variables, he visited many noble families and sects. He perused countless ancient texts. He even obtained the opening chapter of the mysterious heaven skill from the Tang sect. Although that cultivation technique was only the basic technique of the Tang sect from another world, the concepts and ideas contained within it gave him great inspiration. Finally, through studying these extraterritorial objects and combining them with his own insights, he created an entirely new method. And what he used to deal with Chen Xinji just now, was the clone technique he had comprehended. As the name suggests, it could split off a clone. That clone possessed 1/10 of his strength, but even so, it was enough to rival a powerhouse at the god official level. And on the Douluo Continent, this was already an existence that transcended reason. Of course, as these were his trump cards, he naturally would not tell Ming. Because the reason a trump card is a trump card, is that no one knows of its existence. At this moment, seeing that Chen Yu did not explain the reason, Ming felt a trace of retreat rise in his heart. His mind was spinning rapidly, weighing the pros and cons. He had fought against Chen Xinji more than once. Both were peak quasi-gods, their strength was evenly matched, and every time they fought, it was a draw. He knew the trump cards of Chen Xinji, and he knew the upper limit of his strength. Therefore, since Chen Yu could deal with Chen Xinji, it meant he could also deal with him. This logic was simple and cruel. Ming's hands trembled slightly at his sides. His gaze swept over Chen Yu, wanting to find some flaw, some weakness. But he found nothing. Chen Yu stood there, like a towering mountain. Impeccable, although he still had the golden ancient tree as a trump card. But that was the final reliance of Shrek Academy. It was the ultimate power watered by the lives and blood of generations of powerhouses from Shrek Academy over the past 20,000 years. Once the golden ancient tree was activated, the defensive power of Shrek Academy would be raised to the extreme, and could even battle against gods. But such a trump card could not be easily used unless it was a moment of life and death for Shrek Academy. Because the power of the golden ancient tree was limited, every time it was used, there was less of it. If he used the trump card in the current situation, then what about the future? If a greater crisis were to be encountered later, what would Shrek use to respond? Therefore, after much internal conflict, Ming chose to take a step back. Let the Federation investigate the Tang sect, while he would do his best to preserve the vital forces of the Tang sect from the sidelines. This way, he could preserve Shrek's face and minimize losses to the greatest extent. As long as the core personnel of the Tang sect were still there, there would always be a chance for a comeback in the future. Thus, Ming took a deep breath and said, "Chen Yu, I can allow you to search the Tang sect. But Shrek needs to supervise from the sidelines. His voice sounded as steady as possible, but anyone could hear the unwillingness and reluctance within it. This was already his bottom line. A retreat. But not a complete retreat. A compromise, but retaining the right of supervision. In his view, this was the greatest concession he could make. But as soon as these words were spoken, the look in Chen Yu's eyes when he looked at Yunming became speechless. It had reached this point, and Yunming was still dreaming. He had asked Yunming to voluntarily hand over sect master Zhang Xin, with the intention of creating a rift between Shrek and the Tang sect, while simultaneously striking at Shrek's prestige. If Yunming had obediently listened, Shrek's face could have barely been preserved. But now, Chen Xinji was already crippled. Was he still here fantasizing that he could supervise? Did the Federation need Shrek to supervise while investigating the treasonous organization, the Tang sect? In what capacity would he supervise? As an accomplice in the case? Or as someone shielding criminals? Chen Yu shook his head, the last shred of patience in his heart exhausted, and he directly ordered, "All troops, listen. To the order. Enter Shrek City, and capture all members of the treasonous organization, the Tang sect, for this speaker." Whoever blocks. Chen Yu's gaze looked at Yunming, a cold light flashing in his eyes. That gaze was like substance, carrying a chill that made people's souls tremble. His voice was cold and resolute. Kill. One word, heavy as 1,000 jun. Instantly, Yunming's face turned pale. Chen Yu's meaning could not be clearer. Whoever blocks, kill without mercy. No matter who you are, no matter what your status is, as long as you dare to stand in front of the Federal Army, then it is death. But at this moment, General Yu Guanji and the other 3 Legion commanders also bowed their heads respectfully, their voices loud and uniform. Understood. There was no hesitation in their voices, only the decisiveness and firmness of soldiers. The speaker had given the order, and they only needed to execute it. As for who was standing opposite them, how many people there were, or how strong they were, that was not a problem they needed to consider. Instantly, the 4 legions began to break camp. The originally silent military camp instantly boiled over. The engines of the tanks restarted, emitting a low roar. The soldiers walked out from behind the bunkers, lined up and geared up, the spirit tools in their hands, flashing with a cold light under the moonlight. One after another, spirit tool aircraft took off, circling in formation in the night sky, their warning lights flickering like stars. The tank formations began to move, heading towards Shrek City from 4 directions. The steel torrent advanced slowly in the night, crushing the ground and emitting a dull sound. That sound was like a symphony of death, making everyone who heard it feel a palpitation in their hearts. Chapter 32, The Might of a Single Punch, Shocking Everything. On this side, Sect Master Zhang Xin could finally no longer sit still. He suddenly flew out from behind Yunming, blocking the path of the advancing army. His complexion was livid, his eyes filled with fury, and his voice was sharp and hurried. Chen Yu, you have no evidence, you have no right to search the Tang sect. As the sect leader of the Tang sect, it was impossible for him to watch the Federal Army search the Tang sect with his own eyes. Once the army was allowed into the Tang sect, could those secrets still be kept? Could those records still be hidden? The secret base in Tianai City could no longer be protected. If the Tang sect headquarters in Shrek City were also raided, then the Tang sect would truly be finished. Chen Yu said indifferently. Sect leader Zhang Xin need not worry, once the Tang sect has been searched, won't the evidence be there? His tone was nonchalant, as if he were speaking of the most normal thing in the world. Sect Master Zhang Xin was stunned on the spot. What kind of crazy move is this? Who convicts first and then searches for evidence? Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Isn't this turning black into white? Sect Master Zhang Xin opened his mouth, wanting to refute, wanting to reprimand, but found that he actually didn't know what to say. Although Chen Yu's logic was absurd, in the face of absolute strength, even the most absurd logic could become the truth. He wanted to take action to stop them. As the sect leader of the Tang sect, as the sentimental Douluo, he had the responsibility and duty to protect the safety of the Tang sect. He could not watch the Federal Army break into the Tang sect, could not watch 20,000 years of foundation be destroyed in an instant. Even if he knew he was no match for Chen Yu, he still had to try. But the next second, Chen Yu's figure flashed. The speed was so fast that not even an afterimage was left behind. A second ago, he was still standing with his hands behind his back, looking down at Sect Master Zhang Xin. The next second, he had already appeared in front of Sect Master Zhang Xin. The scene seemed as if it had been edited, with no transition or warning in between. It was another punch. A punch identical to the one used against Chen Xinji. Plain and unadorned, without flashy move, without dazzling spirit ability, only strength that was pure to the extreme. The moment that punch was thrown, the air emitted a sharp sonic boom, and space itself seemed as if it had been torn apart. Sect Master Zhang Xin's pupils contracted suddenly. He wanted to dodge. But it was too late. That fist seemed to transcend the limits of time. At the very same moment he realized the danger. It had already slammed heavily into his chest. Bang! A dull sound of impact exploded in the night sky. Sect Master Zhang Xin's body was as if it had been hit by a great mountain, and his entire person flew backward. A large mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from his mouth, scattering a shocking mist of blood in the air. After flying more than 100 meters, his body, like a kite with a broken string, fell straight down. He was severely injured and fell unconscious on the spot. The sect leader of the Tang sect, the sentimental Douluo, a super powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the continent. In front of Chen Yu, he couldn't even take a single punch. His body crashed onto the watchtower of the east gate of Shrek City, then rolled to the ground, motionless. And during this time, not a single person dared to speak out to stop him. The elder residents of Shrek turned their faces away, not daring to look in the direction of Chen Yu. At this moment, their bodies were trembling slightly. Some closed their eyes, some lowered their heads, some pretended to be looking elsewhere. No one dared to speak up for Sect Master Zhang Xin. Furthermore, no one dared to stand up for the Tang sect. Those titled Douluo who were usually high and mighty and arrogant were now, one by one, like eggplants beaten by frost, wilted. Their pride, their confidence, their arrogance, in the face of Chen Yu's absolute strength, were like castles on the beach, shattered by a single wave. Only Ming was flushed with shame and anger, the redness spreading from his cheeks all the way to his ears. His fists were clenched tightly. His breathing was heavy and hurried. In his eyes burned the flames of humiliation. He was the sky-supporting Douluo, the sea-god pavilion master of Shrek, one of the most powerful peak quasi-god on the continent. Yet Chen Yu, right in front of him, severely injured Sect Master Zhang Xin with a single punch. And he, from beginning to end, did not even dare to move a muscle. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he could not. His intuition told him, if he took action, the next one lying on the ground would be him. His reason also told him, now was not the time to flip the table, because Shrek still needed him. Therefore, he could not die. Thus he could only watch, endure, bearing this humiliation that had never been experienced before. And Chen Yu did not even glance at Ming. He withdrew his fist, stood with his hands behind his back, and his gaze calmly swept across the sky above Shrek City. Those elder residents who turned their faces, those powerhouses who dared not speak, that Ming who was ashamed and angry yet dared not act. In his eyes, they were all the same. At this moment, his voice echoed in the night sky. Enter the city. Everyone was terrified. They could only watch helplessly as the army entered Shrek City. Those elder residents standing behind Ming, those titled Douluo powerhouses of Shrek Academy, those big shots who usually summoned wind and rain and were arrogant on the continent. At this moment, each of them stood stiffly in midair like wooden statues or clay sculptures. Their gazes moved with the advance of the army. But no one dared to take action to stop them. Because Chen Yu was still standing there. He did not release any pressure, did not make any threatening gestures, and did not even look at them. But he just stood there, like a towering mountain peak, lying across the hearts of everyone, pressing down on them so they couldn't catch their breath. The tank phalanx entered Shrek City, the steel tracks crushing the bluestone road, emitting a dull sound. The sound was exceptionally clear under the silent night sky. The soldiers marched in formation, the spirit-guided rifles in their hands reflecting a cold light under the moonlight, their paces uniform, without any unnecessary movements. The residents of Shrek City poked their heads out from their windows, watching this strange army pass through the streets, their eyes filled with terror and confusion. Some recognized that it was the federal army, some guessed what had happened, but no one dared to speak. They just hid behind the windows, witnessing in silence the unprecedented humiliation of this 10,000-year holy city. On this side, General Yu Guanji looked at the adjutant beside him and nodded slightly. The adjutant understood and strode forward, arriving at the place where Sect Master Zhang Xin had fallen. At this moment, Sect Master Zhang Xin was lying in the rubble, his eyes closed tightly, his complexion as pale as paper. The adjutant bent down expressionlessly, took out a pair of silver-white restrainers from his waist, and with a click, placed them on Sect Master Zhang Xin's wrists. The moment the restrainers locked, a crisp metallic clinking sound rang out. Sect Master Zhang Xin's body twitched slightly, that was the body's instinctive reaction when the restrainers seal the spirit power. But he still did not wake up. Because he had already completely passed out. At this time, the adjutant straightened up and waved his hand. 2 soldiers stepped forward, hoisted Sect Master Zhang Xin up from the left and right, and dragged him towards the tank. Sect Master Zhang Xin's feet dragged 2 long trails on the ground, his clothes were torn by the rubble, and he was covered in dust and blood. This sect leader of the Tang sect, a powerhouse who once stood at the pinnacle of the continent, was now being dragged away like a dead dog. The elder residents of Shrek present watched this scene. Some closed their eyes, some turned their heads, some gritted their teeth. But still, no one spoke. Chapter 33, Move an inch, and you and your cover will fly together. A moment later, the soldiers entered the Tang sect headquarters. The Tang sect headquarters was located in the northwest corner of Shrek City, a vast and ancient complex of buildings. On the towering archway, the 2 large characters for Tang sect were carved with vigorous and powerful strokes. It was said they were written by the Tang sect ancestor himself. Behind the archway lay layers of halls and pavilions, with upturned eaves, carved beams, and painted pillars. Every detail showcased the depth and grandeur of this 10,000-year-old sect. But when the federal army soldiers swarmed in, none of this mattered anymore. The soldiers had no mood to appreciate the scenery, nor did they have any intention of showing mercy. Their mission was simple: capture all personnel of the Tang sect, regardless of gender, age, or status. The order they received was complete cleanup. This meant leaving no blind spots and sparing no one. A young soldier was the first to rush into the main hall, colliding head-on with a Tang sect disciple. The disciple looked to be in his early 20s, dressed in a blue robe with the Tang sect emblem embroidered on his chest, his face showing a mix of shock and confusion. He clearly hadn't realized what was happening yet. The soldier gave him no time to react. He swung the soul guidance long staff in his hand violently. The first strike slammed directly into the disciple's mouth. Bang! The disciple's lips instantly split open, 2 teeth flew out, and blood gushed from the corners of his mouth. Any words he intended to say were now stuck in his throat, turning into a muffled, incoherent groan. The disciple clutched his face, bent over, and tears streamed down from the pain. But the soldier didn't stop. The second strike followed immediately, slamming hard into the back of his knees. Crack! It was the sound of bones dislocating. The disciple's legs went weak, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Clean and efficient, without a hint of hesitation. This was standard procedure. First strike to the mouth to prevent begging for mercy. Second strike to the legs to force them to kneel. No need for communication, only action. The disciple knelt on the ground, his mouth full of blood, sobbing and unable to make a coherent sound. The soldier expressionlessly bypassed him and continued deeper into the hall. Behind him, another soldier stepped forward, placed a limiter on the disciple's hands, and dragged him out like cargo. And the same scene was playing out in every corner of the Tang sect simultaneously. Elders, deacons, disciples. Thousands of people throughout the Tang sect headquarters were dragged out from every room and corner in less than a quarter of an hour. Some tried to escape through back doors or secret passages. But not a single one succeeded. Because by now, the 4 great legions had surrounded the Tang sect headquarters completely. Mechs circled in the sky, armored vehicles blocked the ground. Anyone who tried to escape was discovered immediately and struck down to the ground. As for the resistors, they had to face suppression by the 4 legion commanders. One Tang sect elder attempted to resist. He was a titled Douluo powerhouse with considerable strength, a figure of standing within the Tang sect. When the soldiers rushed into his room, he suddenly released his spirit power surging, his aura oppressive. He wanted to break through the encirclement. But the next second, General Yu Guanji's figure appeared before him. General Yu Guanji didn't even use his full strength. With a casual wave, the character, suppress, condensed in the air and descended like Mount Tai pressing down. The elder couldn't even react before he was pinned to the ground by the suppress character, unable to move. General Yu Guanji didn't even glance at him, turning and leaving. 2 soldiers stepped forward, put a limiter on the elder's hands, and dragged him away. There was also a Tang sect grand elder, an old freak whose cultivation had reached the level of a limit Douluo. He had lived in seclusion in a secret underground chamber of the Tang sect for years, ignoring worldly affairs. When the soldiers burst into the secret chamber, he stood up from his meditation cushion, a flash of sharpness appearing in his cloudy eyes, and the fluctuations of his spirit power caused the entire chamber to tremble. He wanted to fight, but the commander of the Southern Legion was already standing at the entrance of the secret chamber. Behind him was a full row of ready-to-fire Level 9 fixed soul guidance shells. His expression was calm as water, but his voice was cold as ice. "Move an inch, and this secret chamber and you will both fly into the sky." The Grand Elder fell silent. He had lived for over 100 years and understood the value of life better than anyone. He could die for the Tang sect. But he could not die a meaningless death. And now, under the threat of a full row of Level 9 fixed soul guidance shells, any resistance he offered would be futile. In the end, he retracted his spirit power, calmly extended his hands, and let the soldiers place the limiter on him. A limit Douluo, just like that, surrendered without a fight. No one mocked his cowardice. Because everyone knew, when facing an absolute gap in power, surrender was not a disgrace, but rationality. And in just 3 hours, the Tang sect headquarters was completely emptied. Thousands of Tang sect disciples, dozens of deacons, over a dozen elders, 1 grand elder, and sect leader Zhang Xin were all fitted with limiters and loaded onto military soul guidance transport vehicles. On the gates of the Tang sect headquarters, the military's seal fluttered in the night wind. The Tang sect, this ancient sect that had passed down its legacy for 10,000 years. This faction that had once left countless legends across the Douluo Continent, in a single night, completely disappeared from Shrek City. Meanwhile, the 3 great navies in Tianai City also came ashore to search the Tang sect's secret base. And when news arrived that the fleet had docked at the Tianai City pier, the personnel left behind at the Tang sect's secret base already knew that something terrible had happened. But knowing was one thing. Being able to escape was another. The 3 great navies blocked all exits to the sea, and the Federal Army blocked all land routes. The entire Tianai City was surrounded like an iron barrel, not even a single sea spirit beast could swim out. The entrance to the secret base was located beneath an abandoned pier in the suburbs of Tianai City, hidden extremely well. The entrance was a heavy alloy door, covered in soul guidance locks and defensive formations. Without the identity authentication of Tang sect personnel, it could not be opened. But the soldiers didn't need to open it. The commander of the East Sea Fleet personally took action, blasting that alloy door open with a single punch. The 3-inch thick alloy door panel, in the face of a limit Douluo's power, was like paper, blasted into fragments along with the defensive formations on it. The soldiers filed in. The secret base was much larger than they had imagined. It was a massive complex built hundreds of meters underground, with laboratories, warehouses, shipyards, living quarters, and even a training ground. The base was fully equipped with all facilities, and it also had large stockpiles of food and fresh water, enough for thousands of people to live inside for several years. Chapter 34, Cutting Weeds Must Remove the Roots. Inside the warehouse, the soldiers discovered a massive quantity of spirit tools and spirit tool blueprints. Those spirit tools were dazzling in their variety, with a vast array of types. From offensive spirit tool cannons to defensive spirit tool shields. From personal spirit tool handguns to giant spirit tool cannons for warships. Everything one could imagine was there. Some spirit tool models had not even been equipped by the Federal Army yet, they were clearly developed in-house by the Tang sect. In the dockyard, the soldiers discovered dozens of ships and submarines of varying sizes. Those ships and submarines were excellently designed with advanced manufacturing techniques, clearly built for long-distance voyages. The dockyard also featured dedicated maintenance and supply zones to ensure the long-term operations of the ships and submarines. All the evidence pointed to one conclusion. The Tang sect had been using this secret base to transport military resources overseas to the Star Luo Empire and the Douling Empire. This was blatant treason. Soon, all personnel were detained, and the resources were confiscated by the state. The personnel in the secret base, including the Tang sect's resident disciples, researchers, technicians, and staff responsible for material transport, totaling over 200 people, were all fitted with limiters and escorted onto warships. All the spirit tools, blueprints, and various supplies in the warehouse were packed, registered, loaded into military spirit tool storage devices, and transported to the Federal Treasury. After the operation concluded, the armies on both sides began to retreat. The tank phalanxes formed long lines, winding their way forward along the roads. The warship formations turned their bows and sailed, cutting through the waves on the sea. Although the soldiers were exhausted, their morale was high. They had completed the mission. They had completed the mission assigned to them by the speaker. Before leaving, Chen Yu slowly looked toward Yun Ming. He did not speak, simply watching him quietly. That gaze was as calm as water, devoid of anger, mockery, triumph, or even any emotion. But it was precisely this calmness that made Yun Ming feel unprecedented humiliation. There was only contempt in that gaze. It was as if he were looking at a rock by the roadside, a falling leaf, or something entirely unrelated to himself. That kind of contempt was more hurtful than any words. Because it meant, in the eyes of Chen Yu, Yun Ming was not even worth him experiencing any emotion. And Yun Ming could only lower his head. He lowered his head so far that his face was almost invisible. His fists were clenched tightly at his sides, his fingernails digging deep into his palms. His body trembled slightly from humiliation. He was the sky-supporting Douluo, a peak quasi-god, and the sea-god pavilion master of Shrek Academy. He had his pride, his dignity, and his bottom line. But today, his pride had been crushed. His dignity had been trampled upon. His bottom line had been breached. And he did not even have the courage to resist. Even though he felt so humiliated now, he dared not oppose Chen Yu. Because he knew Chen Yu was not threatening him. Chen Yu was merely stating a fact. If he dared to move, the fate of Sect Master Zhang Xin would be his fate, and the fate of Chen Xinji would be his fate. Above Shrek City, the night wind blew, carrying a hint of chill. Yun Ming stood there like a statue. Behind him, the elder veterans of Shrek were silent, not a single person speaking. Chen Yu withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. His figure gradually drifted away in the night sky, becoming smaller and smaller, finally disappearing into the horizon in the northwest. At this moment, the 7 great legions also began to return to their respective bases. The Central Legion headed toward Ming City, the Southern Legion headed south, the Western Legion headed west, and the Northwestern Legion headed northwest. The 3 great navies, Heaven Do, East Sea, and North Sea, also returned to their respective ports. The 7 great legions, in 7 directions, slowly disappeared beyond their respective horizons under the cover of night. And Chen Yu followed the Central Legion back to Ming City. He sat in the back of the Central Legion's command vehicle, gazing at the night outside through the window, his expression as calm as water. Only he and General Yu Guanji were in the vehicle, the atmosphere quiet and composed. General Yu Guanji, sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at Chen Yu through the rearview mirror, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Speaker. His voice carried a hint of confusion. Clearly, Shrek Academy has also done many things in this matter. Why did you? He did not finish his sentence. But the meaning was already very clear. The Tang sect was an ally of Shrek and, furthermore, Shrek's most capable helper. Therefore, the Tang sect's act of treason, Shrek Academy could not have been unaware of it. One could even say, Shrek Academy was very likely the supporter behind the Tang sect. Since the Tang sect had been captured, why not deal with Shrek as well? And with Chen Yu's strength, leveling a mere Shrek would not be a difficult task. Chen Yu said indifferently, wiping out one Shrek is easy, it is not difficult. But what I, as speaker, want to eliminate is the Shrek in everyone's hearts. His voice was as calm as water, yet carried a power that inspired awe in people. Shrek has operated for 20,000 years, countless noble families and sects across the entire Federation are in collusion with Shrek. Once Shrek is destroyed, they will go into hiding, and wait for a proper opportunity to arise in the future, to unite and rebuild Shrek. Therefore, I am leaving Shrek Academy intact precisely to let them voluntarily expose all of their allies. Then I will clean them up one by one and remove the roots. His tone remained calm, yet every word was like a knife, precise and sharp. Wiping out Shrek is easy, but eliminating Shrek's status in people's hearts and its influence across the entire continent, that is the real challenge. And these cannot be solved by force alone. If he were to wipe out Shrek now, those noble families and sects colluding with Shrek would immediately hide and destroy evidence, and vanish from sight. When the heat dies down and the time is ripe, they would emerge again, raising the banner of rebuilding Shrek, gathering strength once more, and becoming enemies of the Federation again. Therefore, he did not intend to startle the snake. He wanted to drag every snake out of its hole before startling them, cleaning them out one by one. Therefore, he would not destroy Shrek. He would keep Shrek. Let it be a lure, a target. And those forces colluding with Shrek, seeing that Shrek was still there, would harbor wishful thinking, continue to maintain contact with Shrek, and expose themselves without realizing it. And when they are all exposed under the sunlight, that will be the time for him to raise his butcher's knife. Upon hearing this, a look of admiration appeared in General Yu Guanji's eyes. At this moment, he turned slightly, looking at Chen Yu with a gaze bordering on reverence, and said respectfully, "I cannot compare to the speaker's schemes." His voice was full of sincerity, without any flattery or perfunctoriness. Chapter 35, More Allowances. Who's sleeping? Let's get them. He was truly impressed by Chen Yu's strategy. He had thought the speaker was just meeting force with force, using power to suppress others, and that the speaker's strategy was simply, hit whoever refuses to submit. But now, it seemed, the speaker was always one step ahead of everyone else. Regarding this, Chen Yu remained calm. He was neither smug about General Yu Guanji's admiration nor proud of his own strategy. Because, this couldn't really be called a strategy. It was just that the people on the Douluo Continent were used to solving problems with force, used to letting their fists do the talking, and used to crushing everything with power. In their world, whoever was stronger was right. Whoever had the bigger fist held the truth. And this way of thinking, in a world dominated by spirits, was indeed very useful. Force could solve many problems. It could even solve the vast majority of problems. But some problems could not be solved by force. For example, the human heart. For example, faith. For example, the brand left in people's hearts by a behemoth that had existed for 20,000 years. However, he was from Blue Star after all, and he knew the principle that if you don't pull out the roots when weeding, the spring breeze will bring them back to life. If he didn't completely eradicate Shrek Academy and its allies, how could he lead the Federation to the stars? Outside the window, the night grew deep. The lights of Ming City flickered on the horizon, like a galaxy overturned in the night sky. Soon, the Central Legion returned to the Qishan base camp outside Ming City. The armored vehicle phalanx slowly drove into the camp, the roar of engines gradually fading in the night. Soldiers jumped off the vehicles, lined up neatly, and dismissed in order under the office's command. After a night of rushing about and high-intensity operations, everyone was now exhausted. They just wanted to hurry back to their dorms and fall asleep. They walked into the barracks in twos and threes, rubbing their sore shoulders and yawning. Some were discussing what to eat for breakfast tomorrow, while others were debating how much of an allowance they would get for this mission. The corridor echoed with the dull thud of boots on the floor and the soldiers' low voices. But when they pushed open the dormitory doors, ready to collapse onto their beds, everyone froze. On every person's bed sat a neat stack of banknotes, piled up like a small mountain. Those stacks of brand new federal currency shimmered with a pale golden luster under the bedside lamps, piled as high as a pillow, taking up almost half the bed. The thickness, the volume, the overwhelming visual impact, left every soldier who walked in dumbfounded. Some rubbed their eyes, thinking they were dreaming. Some pinched their thighs hard, grimacing in pain. Others stood frozen in place, mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. A soldier stepped forward, his trembling hands picking up a stack of bills to count them roughly. His fingers flicked rapidly over the banknotes, 1, 2, 3. The faster he counted, the more excited he became. Finally, he jerked his head up, his eyes full of disbelief, his voice trembling. 2 million. At least 2 million federal currency. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire dormitory exploded. 2 million. How is that possible? Let me count. It really is 2 million. Not a cent less. Good heavens, this is equal to at least 2 years of our allowances. 2 years of allowances. You calculated wrong. Adding our original 2 allowances, this is worth 4 years. Everyone's breathing grew heavy. It was a sound of breathing mixed with shock, ecstasy, and being moved, heavy and rapid. Some paced back and forth in excitement, some held the cash and giggled, and some held the banknotes up to the light to check repeatedly, afraid their eyes were deceiving them. At this moment, a burly soldier slammed the banknotes in his hand onto the bed with a crisp slap. He stood up straight, his eyes glowing red, and turned to stride out the door. His steps were rapid and forceful, the sound of his boots on the floor exceptionally loud. Another soldier saw this and hurriedly called out, "Old Lu, where are you going?" The soldier didn't look back, his voice filled with irrepressible excitement and righteous indignation. "I'm too excited right now, I can't sleep at all. I remember there's a Tang sect branch here in Ming City, right? I'm going to take it down for the speaker." His voice echoed in the corridor, every word ringing with conviction. Immediately, everyone's eyes lit up. That's right. Tang sect has a branch in Ming City. How could I have forgotten that? Count me in. I can't sleep either. Let's go together. Everyone said they weren't sleeping anymore. Some grabbed their military caps and put them on, some tightened their duty belts, and some pulled spare spirit-guided rods from under their beds. No one complained, no one hesitated. Everyone made the same decision at the first moment. The speaker had given them a huge favor, they couldn't just sleep with peace of mind. They had to do something, to repay the speaker, to vent this anger for the speaker. Everyone walked out of the dorms and saw teammates from surrounding rooms coming out too. In the corridors, on the open ground in front of the barracks, everywhere were soldiers in military uniforms. Their faces all carried the same expression: excitement, thrill, and a hint of impatience. Everyone looked at each other, stunned for a moment, and then laughed in unison. That smile was full of tacit understanding. Everyone had thought of the same thing. Everyone was prepared to do the same thing. Immediately, everyone came to the armory again. The armory doors were already open. The guard officer clearly knew what had happened. Not only did he not stop them, but he personally opened the warehouse where spare equipment was kept. The soldiers filed in, skillfully picking up the spare spirit-guided electric rods that had already been charged. This was standard-issue equipment, each one strictly inspected and maintained, fully charged, and ready for use at any time. One electric rod after another was taken from the racks and gripped in the soldiers' hands. The silver-white rods refracted a cold light under the lamps, with pale blue electrical sparks flickering at the tips. The soldiers checked the equipment in their hands. Some swung them a couple of times to test the feel, some pressed the switch to confirm the charge, and some exchanged a tacit look with the comrades beside them. Immediately, one by one, they revealed ferocious smiles. That smile wasn't cruel or brutal, but a sense of gratification mixed with excitement and a sense of justice. In their eyes, Tang sect was a treasonous organization. It was a parasite sucking blood from the Federation. It was the speaker's enemy. And the speaker's enemy was their enemy. And when fighting the enemy, there was no need to go easy. When General Yu Guanji walked out of the command headquarters, this was the scene he saw. Tens of thousands of fully armed soldiers were standing in the open space in the center of the camp, holding spirit-guided electric rods, their eyes burning with flames. No one had ordered them, no one had organized them. But everyone had gathered at the same time and place. He was stunned. An officer stepped forward quickly and whispered a few words in his ear. After listening, General Yu Guanji was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. He didn't stop them, didn't reprimand them, and didn't even say an extra word. He just strode to the very front of the formation. "Let's go," he said. "Yes." The soldiers responded in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Chapter 36, Loyalty. Sweep away all filth. Led by General Yu Guanji and other officers, the soldiers of the Central Legion left the camp once again, heading towards the urban area of Ming City. A force of tens of thousands marched through the night. Their steps were uniform, their aura imposing like a rainbow. And their target was clear, the Tang sect branch located in the eastern district of Ming City. Meanwhile, the same scene was playing out across the Federation. The Southern Legion returned to the base of the Southern Military District. When the soldiers returned to their dormitories and saw the stacks of brand new Federation currency on their beds, their eyes reddened one by one. Some crouched on the ground and wept, some had trembling hands clutching the banknotes, and some bowed deeply in the direction of Ming City. Then, they put down the money, picked up their weapons, and walked out of the barracks. They remembered that there was a Tang sect branch in the provincial capital. The Western Legion returned to the base of the Western Military District. When the soldiers saw the money on their beds, the entire camp fell silent for a full minute. That silence was not indifference. It was a moving experience so shocking that they couldn't speak. Then, the entire camp erupted. The Northwestern Legion, the Northern Legion. Every legion was playing out the same scene. These soldiers were moved beyond measure by the speaker's kindness. They didn't know how to repay it. But they knew. The speaker's enemies were their enemies. The forces the speaker wanted to purge were the targets they had to purge. The Tianai Legion, the East Sea Legion, and the North Sea Legion. The soldiers of the three great navies disembarked from their warships and rushed towards the cities. Their military boots splashed through the puddles, they gripped their spirit tools, and flames burned in their eyes. Even as the sea breeze blew, it could not extinguish the hot blood in their hearts. At this moment, the entire Federation was shaking. Countless soldiers poured out of the military camps. They converged from all directions into torrents, rushing towards the Tang sect branches in their respective cities. It was a spontaneous, collective, and unstoppable force. It was gratitude and loyalty from the bottom of their hearts. Eastern District of Ming City, Tang Sect Branch. This was a 3-story building with a magnificent exterior, and a sign hanging above the door that read, Xuanxi Tang Sect Technology Company, Limited. During the day, people came and went, making it one of the busiest commercial areas in Ming City. But now, in the dead of night, the entire building was immersed in darkness, with only the 2 lamps at the entrance still lit. The person in charge of the Tang Sect branch was drinking tea in his second-floor office. He still didn't know what had happened in Shrek City and Tianai City, didn't know that the Tang Sect headquarters had been cleared out, and didn't know that Sect Master Zhang Xin had been captured. He thought this was just an ordinary night, thought the sun would rise as usual tomorrow, and thought the Tang Sect was still that behemoth that had stood for 10,000 years. He heard movement outside. It was the sound of footsteps, many footsteps, converging from all directions, getting closer and louder. He walked to the window and pulled back the curtains. Then, his pupils suddenly contracted, the teacup in his hand slipped, and it shattered on the floor. Downstairs, countless soldiers had surrounded the entire building. Tens of thousands of people, a solid black mass. They stretched from one end of the street to the other, lining up from across the road all the way to the corner. They wore neat military uniforms, held standard weapons, and wore the same expression on their faces. It was an unquestionable resolve. Before he could react, the main door had already been kicked open. The soldiers poured in like a tidal wave. They dispersed, rushing into every room, every corner. The speed and coordination were so precise that it felt as if this wasn't a spontaneous action, but an exercise that had been rehearsed countless times. The first to rush to the second floor was the soldier who had said, "I can't sleep," in the dormitory. He kicked open the office door, the spirit tool electric baton in his hand flickering with blue electric light under the lights. He saw the branch person in charge standing at the window at a glance. It was a middle-aged man wearing a Tang sect uniform, his face pale, his lips trembling, clearly scared out of his wits. The soldier didn't give him a chance to speak. He strode forward. The first strike hit him directly in the mouth. The person in charge's scream was beaten back before it could leave his throat, 2 teeth were knocked out, and blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. He wanted to say something, wanted to explain something, but the blood filling his mouth meant he could only make incoherent wailing sounds. The second strike hit his leg bend. The person in charge's legs went soft, and he fell to his knees with a thud. His knees hit the floor with a dull sound, causing his whole body to tremble in pain. He knelt there, head lowered, not daring to move, not daring to speak, even breathing carefully. The soldier looked down at him and sneered. Tang sect. A treasonous organization. Stay on your knees. At this moment, the same scene was playing out simultaneously on every floor and in every room. In the reception hall on the first floor, 2 Tang sect disciples on duty were pressed to the ground, spirit tool electric batons pressed against the backs of their necks, rendering them unable to move. They tried to struggle, but they were instantly suppressed by a stronger force. A young soldier crouched down, patted the face of one of the disciples, and spoke in a cold, calm tone. Don't move, it will hurt more if you move. In the finance office on the second floor, several Tang sect personnel who were organizing accounts were dragged from their chairs, their hands tied behind their backs, and made to squat in a row against the wall. Their account books were dug out by the soldiers and stacked neatly on the table, awaiting further investigation. In the conference room on the third floor, several middle-level Tang sect managers were having a meeting. They heard the commotion downstairs and wanted to escape through the back door, but found the back door had already been blocked. They were blocked in the conference room by the soldiers, each with their hands on their heads, squatting in the corners, not daring to breathe loudly. In the basement, the soldiers discovered a small warehouse. It was filled with various spirit tools and rare metals, as well as some spirit tool blueprints of unknown origin. These items had never appeared on the Tang sect's accounts, they were clearly obtained through some shady channel. The soldiers didn't stand on ceremony, they directly counted and packed them, applied seals, and prepared to transport them away. In less than an hour, the Tang sect branch in Ming City had been completely cleared out. Everyone was fitted with limiters and escorted onto military spirit tool transport vehicles. Those Tang sect disciples, who were usually arrogant and overbearing in Ming City, were now dejected and ashen-faced. They were escorted in the middle of the soldiers, heads lowered, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. Just like at the Tang sect headquarters, no one could escape. Meanwhile, in other cities, the same scene was playing out simultaneously. At the Tang sect branch in Douluo City, the soldiers of the Southern Legion completed the cleanup in less than 40 minutes. Chapter 37, Distributing Money, and its FC King distributing money. The gates were smashed open, personnel were controlled, supplies were seized, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Local residents poked their heads out from their windows, watching this sudden operation, whispering to each other. At the Tang sect branch in Douluo City, the Western Legion soldiers encountered slight resistance. Several Tang sect disciples tried to escape through the back door, but were caught on the spot by the soldiers lying in ambush there. Another person tried to release their spirit while fleeing, but was knocked unconscious to the ground by an officer with a baton. Other than that, everything went smoothly. At the Tang sect branch in Beihai City, the Northern Legion soldiers set out directly from the docks, marched across half the city, and surrounded the Tang sect branch completely. The Tang sect branch in this city was not small, standing 5 stories high, and the number of Tang sect disciples inside was not small either. But in front of fully armed soldiers, all of this was meaningless. Dozens of cities, dozens of Tang sect branches. At the same time, they were simultaneously cleared by countless soldiers. This was an operation without warning. It was not initiated by a single written order, but because countless moved hearts beat in unison. The soldiers were repaying the speaker's kindness in their own way. When the first ray of dawn illuminated the horizon, all Tang sect branches within the entire Federation had been cleared. No one had counted exactly how long it took, nor had anyone counted exactly how many people were captured. But everyone knew. From this moment on, the Tang sect, an ancient sect that had passed down its legacy for 10,000 years, had completely disappeared from within the Federation. Those once arrogant Tang sect disciples. Those once haughty Tang sect deacons. Those Tang sect elders who once summoned wind and rain in the Spirit Master's world. At this moment, some were kneeling on the ground, some were being held in vehicles, some were lying on stretchers, and some were still unconscious and had not woken up. They, like Sect Master Zhang Xin, like Chen Xinji, would all face judgment by Federation law. Qishan Base Camp. General Yu Guanji stood at the entrance of the camp, watching the convoy escorting the Tang sect personnel slowly drive in, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Behind him, the soldiers walked back to the camp in twos and threes. Although they hadn't slept all night, there was no trace of fatigue on their faces, only satisfaction and pride. The soldier who had said, "I can't sleep," walked at the very front of the line, carrying that spirit tool baton on his shoulder, with a satisfied smile on his face. The comrade beside him patted his shoulder, said something with a laugh, and the two of them burst into laughter together. In the distance, the horizon was turning white with the dawn. A new day was about to begin. And those 2 million Federation coins on the beds were still quietly waiting for their owners to return. Meanwhile, at the Parliament building. Although it was already late at night, the entire building was still brightly lit. Inside the Speaker's office on the top floor, Secretary Pan Wen stood behind Chen Yu, holding a briefing that had just been compiled. His face still retained shock and bewilderment, an expression that could not calm down for a long time after being deeply shaken. He hadn't expected that the soldiers would spontaneously clear out the Tang sect branches. When he received the first message, he thought it was a false alarm. When he received the second, third, and 10th, he began to believe it was true. No orders, no mobilization, no promises of rewards. Those soldiers just returned to their dorms, saw the money on their beds, and were so moved that they couldn't sleep. They spontaneously picked up their weapons, walked out of the camp, and for the Speaker and the Federation, cleared away the remnants of the treasonous organization. What kind of loyalty was this? Secretary Pan Wen sighed in his heart. He had followed Chen Yu for many years, had seen countless storms, and thought he would not be surprised by anything anymore. But tonight, he was truly shaken. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers and military camps spread all over the Federation. They were all doing the same thing coincidentally. In the history of the Federation, even counting back dozens of generations, it had never been seen before. But Secretary Pan Wen also knew clearly in his heart. The previous dozens of speakers did not have the strength that Chen Yu had, nor did they have the heart for the people that Chen Yu had. Those speakers, some came from aristocratic families, some from powerful clans, and some had some huge power standing behind them. Sitting in the position of speaker, they didn't think about how to make the Federation stronger or how to make the people live better, but rather how to balance the various forces, how to keep their positions, and how to satisfy the financiers behind them. Even though the former Sun Moon Empire had become the current Sun Moon Federation, the old nobles and those aristocratic clans still firmly controlled the entire Federation. The Federation's wealth, resources, and power were still in the hands of a few. Those commoner children, those people at the bottom, were nothing but pawns on their chessboard. Until Chen Yu appeared. Secretary Pan Wen looked at Chen Yu in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. That tall, straight figure appeared exceptionally imposing under the lights. He stood in front of the window, with his back to Secretary Pan Wen, looking at the myriad lights outside the window, silent. Secretary Pan Wen said softly, "Speaker, the follow-up to tonight." Chen Yu turned around and sighed softly. "Tonight actually made me a little apprehensive." He gave the soldiers subsidies because he felt that it was what they deserved. They risked their lives to carry out missions, they bled and sacrificed for the Federation, they deserved better treatment. But the soldiers used this way to repay him, making him feel that he hadn't done enough. Immediately, Chen Yu's gaze became serious, and a firm light flickered in his eyes. But since everyone trusts me, this speaker, so much, I cannot let them down. Secretary Pan Wen. Secretary Pan Wen immediately straightened his body and replied respectfully. Yes. Pass on my order. Allocate 50% of the resources confiscated from the Tang sect headquarters and all branches to the 8 Great Legions. Chen Yu's voice was steady and powerful. Although the Northern Legion didn't come this time, it was because the Northern Legion needs to guard the far north, making it inconvenient for them to move. So I didn't mobilize them. But this share must also be distributed to them. You must know, the resources of the Tang sect headquarters and all branches added together are an astronomical figure. This sect, which had passed down its legacy for 10,000 years, had accumulated countless wealth. Rare metals, heaven and earth treasure, spirit tool blueprints, and all kinds of precious supplies. 50% to the 8 Great Legions. This meant that every legion would receive a huge sum of money that would make everyone green with envy. Secretary Pan Wen nodded respectfully. He knew that when Chen Yu was training in the 8 Great Legions, he not only suppressed the 8 Great Legions with his own fists. More importantly, he used his personal charisma and practical actions to eliminate the estrangement and contradictions that had existed between the 8 Great Legions for many years. Those legions that once did not trust each other. Now they were one, brothers. So, there was no need to worry that the soldiers of the other 7 Great Legions would feel dissatisfied because of this. Chapter 38, Spirit Weapons Specialized Against Deity-Level Beings. Immediately, Chen Yu continued. Of the remaining 50%, allocate another 10% to the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineer Academy. Tell Principal Hongchen that starting from the next intake, I want the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineer Academy to triple its enrollment. A flash of shock crossed Secretary Pan Wen's eyes. Triple the enrollment. One had to know, the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineer Academy was not an ordinary academy. It had once been hailed as the reserve force for the 8 Great Legions, and was the most important officer training base for the Federal Army. Students who graduated from the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineer Academy either stayed at the school to teach or conduct research, or they entered the military to serve as officers and technical backbone. The Academy's annual admission quota was fixed. After rigorous verification and years of practice, it was considered the optimal number to guarantee teaching quality. But tripling the enrollment meant that the Academy's teaching facilities would need to be expanded, the faculty force increased, and the management team enlarged. More importantly, tripling the enrollment meant that in 3 years, the Federal Army would have 3 times as many technical officers. Those young talents who were proficient in spirit tool technology and spirit tool weaponry, and capable of operating the most advanced spirit tools. Was the speaker intending to? A thought flashed through Secretary Pan Wen's mind, but it was too startling, so he hurriedly shook his head, not daring to dwell on it. The remaining 40%. Chen Yu tapped the table lightly, the crisp sound exceptionally clear in the quiet office. His gaze was like a torch, as if it could pierce through walls and the night sky to see into the distant future. Along with the remaining 30% from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, send it all to my private laboratory. Tell the person in charge that I need them to develop, as soon as possible, a spaceship capable of shielding against God Origin Realm mental force perception, as well as spirit tools specialized against deity-level beings. If the resources are still not enough, just say so. I will find a way for them. Secretary Pan Wen was completely dumbfounded. A spaceship, shielding against God Origin Realm mental force perception. Spirit tools specialized against deity-level beings. He knew every one of these words, but combined together, he could not understand them at all. He only knew that the speaker's private laboratory gathered the Federation's top talent in spirit tool technology. And every day, they were researching things he had never heard of and dared not even imagine. But he had never thought that the speaker's goals were so ambitious that they exceeded the boundaries of his imagination. Shielding against God Origin Realm mental force perception, who was that targeted at? And those spirit tools specialized against deity-level beings, who were they meant to deal with? Secretary Pan Wen dared not ask, nor dared to think. He only sighed silently in his heart. The speaker's major moves were coming one after another, from Shrek to the Tang sect, from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to the War God Temple, and now he wanted to create something like spaceships and spirit tools specialized against deity-level beings. What on earth was going to happen next? Why did the speaker need to mobilize to this extent? But thoughts were just thoughts. Secretary Pan Wen still bowed deeply and responded respectfully, yes. Immediately, Secretary Pan Wen turned and walked out with heavy steps. His legs were still slightly weak. That was an instinctive reaction from his body after receiving too much shocking information tonight. He leaned against the doorframe to steady himself, then took a deep breath and walked out of the office. Only Chen Yu remained in the office. Chen Yu turned around and looked at the night sky outside the window. The lights of Ming City spread out beneath his feet, like a brilliant galaxy. And further away, the sky was pitch black. Only a few stars twinkled in the distance, as if telling of the depth and mystery of the universe. At this moment, his gaze was deep and dark, as if he had pierced through the atmosphere and saw the starry sky he was about to conquer. He was very optimistic about the development of spirit tools. From the initial spirit tool rays, fixed-load spirit tool shells, and various other types of spirit tools, to the later spirit tool mechas. The development history of spirit tools was a history of humanity conquering nature and challenging limits. He did not believe that the Spirit Master cultivation system and the Spirit Tool technology system were in opposition. Quite the contrary, he believed that when the two were combined to a certain extent, they would erupt with power that surpassed the imagination of the world. It was no exaggeration to say that once spirit tools developed to a certain level, even divinity would be a matter of a single shot. Whatever divinity, whatever God King, in the face of absolute power, in the face of the power of technology, all would be dragged down from their altars. Likewise, he was looking forward to. Chen Yu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. When the original timeline began, that plain master, the clear sky Douluo, Tang Hao. When he saw the muzzles of those spaceships aimed at him, what would his expression be like? I believe it would be very exciting. Chen Yu withdrew his gaze, picked up the spirit tool communicator on the table, and dialed an encrypted channel. After a short wait, a steady voice came from the other side. Speaker, transmit my order. Chen Yu's voice was calm and firm. Starting tomorrow, initiate Theshtar Gate project. The other side was silent for a moment, then came an even firmer response. Yes, Speaker. Chen Yu put down the communicator, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes to rest. Outside the window, the night was deep. Meanwhile, under the night sky, the Sea God Pavilion was brightly lit. On both sides of the long table, the elders of Shrek Academy sat upright, not a single person speaking, the air filled with a suffocating oppression. Tonight, not only were the soldiers unable to sleep due to the loyalty in their hearts, but the elders of Shrek Academy were also unable to sleep. But they were awake because of the panic in their hearts. That kind of panic did not come suddenly, but had accumulated bit by bit. From the moment the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was destroyed. From the moment Supreme Elder Long Yeyu was nailed to death by a single shot. From the moment the 7 Great Legions surrounded Shrek City. From the moment Sect Master Zhang Xin was heavily injured by a single punch and taken away. Each of these events was like a giant boulder pressing on their hearts, becoming heavier and heavier, more and more oppressive. They had originally thought that if everyone united, facing that immense momentum, even if Chen Yu was unwilling, he would need to bow his head. They had mobilized countless noble families, countless sects, countless experts, and countless incited members of the public. They thought that having many people meant strength, that having a loud voice meant truth, and that no matter how arrogant Chen Yu was, he would not dare to make an enemy of the entire continent. But Chen Yu had simply flipped the table. The 7 Great Legions set out directly. 4 of the Great Legions surrounded Shrek City. The 3 Great Navies blockaded Tianai City. They wanted to resist. They wanted to teach Chen Yu a lesson. But in the end, War God Hall Master, Peak Quasi-God, Boundless Sea Douluo Chen Shinji didn't even put up a decent resistance before being heavily injured by a single punch and taken away. Wearing restraints. And there was the affectionate Douluo, sect master Zhang Xin, who was also knocked down by a single punch in full view of everyone and then dragged away like a dead dog. The entire Tang sect was uprooted just like that. Chapter 39, Venting Fear, Accusing Yali. Especially when they heard that the Federal Army soldiers had actually taken advantage of the night to launch a purge against all Tang sect branches throughout the Federation, their faces turned ashen with fury. Those soldiers had actually spontaneously taken up arms to clear out the remnants of the treasonous organization for the Speaker and the Federation. What was this? This was the will of the people. This was the morale of the army. This was the trust and loyalty that a Speaker had spent decades accumulating, bit by bit. And what about Shrek? What did they have? They had 20,000 years of glory, the legacy of countless powerhouses, and the title of the continent's #1 academy. But these things, in the face of Chen Yu's fists, in the face of the muzzles of the 7 great legions, appeared so pale and powerless. But they dared not stop them. After all, the fates of Chen Xinji and sect leader Zhang Xin were still there for all to see. Those were a peak quasi-god and a demigod. But what was the result? Chen Yu had taken them out with one punch each, without the slightest hesitation. For old bones like them, rushing up would mostly just be serving themselves up on a platter. But the more repressed the emotions, the more violent the eruption when they finally burst forth. They dared not loudly accuse Chen Yu, dared not strike out at the Federal Army, and dared not say a single word of no to those soldiers. But towards their own people, they dared to speak up. Thus, Kai Yue took the lead in launching an attack. She sat in the middle of the long table. Her silver hair was combed meticulously, and though her face was aged, it exuded a sharp, piercing aura. Her gaze swept across most of the long table, staring straight at Yali, who had been sitting next to Ming the entire time. That gaze carried resentment and anger that had been repressed for who knows how long. In the past, our Shrek Academy had always been on good terms with the Federation. Where did all these problems come from? Kai Yue's voice was sharp and grating. When it comes down to it, isn't this all because of our Yali? Every one of her words seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth, carrying a gnashing, resentful hatred. At this moment, Kai Yue's heart was also burning with rage. She also loved Ming. She had loved him since she was young. Yet, Ming had always had Yali in his heart. That healing-type spirit master from Ming City, that Yali, who only knew how to cry and act weak and fragile. By what right could she occupy Ming's heart? By what right could she make Ming disregard everything for her sake? Originally, for the sake of that deep-seated love in her heart, she had been unwilling to say much, unwilling to make Ming feel conflicted. But now, because of the matter involving Yali, that madman Chen Yu was crazily targeting Shrek, and she truly could not take it anymore. After all, last time they had sacrificed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Grand Elder, Supreme Elder Long Yeyu. That was an ancient family with a legacy spanning tens of thousands of years, as well as the limit Douluo of their Shrek Academy. And yet, just like that, they were gone. This time, they had sacrificed the Tang sect and its sect leader Zhang Xin. The Tang sect was Shrek's most reliable ally. Sect leader Zhang Xin was a demigod standing at the pinnacle of the continent. And he was also gone, just like that. So what about next time? Who else could they push to the front? To block Chen Yu's fury? Yes, the people of Shrek might be overbearing, might be stupid. But there really weren't many fools among them. This time it looked like Chen Yu had attacked the Tang sect because of the reason of the Tang sect's treason. But was this the first day the Tang sect had done such things? Was this the first day Chen Yu had become speaker? The Tang sect had been transporting resources overseas for not just a year or two, but for hundreds, even thousands of years. If Chen Yu had really wanted to investigate, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until today? So, you see, it was obvious that this was all because of Yali. Because Yali had dumped Chen Yu and followed Ming, Chen Yu held a grudge, and thus he used Shrek as the target to vent his anger. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan was a scapegoat, the Tang sect was also a scapegoat. Who would be the next? No one could say for sure. As soon as these words were spoken, Yali's face instantly turned pale. Her lips trembled slightly, her eyes reddened, and tears swirled in her eyes. She wanted to say something, wanted to defend herself, but under Kai Yue's sharp gaze, she couldn't say anything at all. Ming could not bear to see Yali wronged, his face turned ashen, and fury instantly rose in his eyes. He looked fiercely at Kai Yue, his voice low and cold. Kai Yue, what do you mean by that? He did not gently call out, Yuer, but instead called Kai Yue by her full name. That cold tone, that distant form of address, was like a knife stabbing into Kai Yue's heart. To this, Kai Yue merely gave a cold snort, the corners of her mouth curling into a mocking arc. She looked at Ming, there was no love in her eyes, only disappointment and anger. Pavilion Master, I think everyone here knows what I mean. After all, in the past, Chen Yu had never once taken action against Shrek. As Kai Yue emphasized this again, the gazes of the elders looking at Yali and Ming changed as well. In those gazes, there was suspicion, dissatisfaction, resentment, and blame. They dared not vent their emotions on Chen Yu. Were they really afraid of just a Ming and Yali? After all, Ming was, in any case, the Sea God Pavilion Master. Unless he wanted to cut himself off from Shrek, he could not take action against them. But would Ming dare? Without the skin of Shrek, without the identity of Sea God Pavilion Master, he might have long since been beaten to death by Chen Yu. This point, Ming knew clearly. Everyone present knew it clearly. Immediately, everyone also began to complain one after another, voices rising and falling, and the Sea God Pavilion was filled with noise. That's right. Elder Kai is not wrong. Originally, we in the Federation had always been at peace. Isn't it all because of you, Pavilion Master, insisting on stealing someone else's fiancé? Otherwise, how would we have ended up in this state? An elder slapped the table, his voice full of resentment. Yes, yes. Originally, the Federation had stopped the resource allocation to our Shrek, but we still had the resource supply from the Tang sect. The Tang sect's business overseas has always been good, and the share they give us every year is also a not insignificant sum. But now, the Tang sect is gone. What should we do? Could it be that we, dignified elders of the Sea God Pavilion, have to go run businesses ourselves? Another elder spread his hands, his face full of helplessness and anxiety. And also, Supreme Elder Long Yeyu and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan all died because of Yali. Don't you think she needs to pay a price? A young elder looked coldly at Yali, his voice carrying undisguised hostility. Pay a price? She is the apple of the Pavilion Master's eye, who would dare to make her pay a price? Then what about us? Who will compensate for our losses? Did the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan die in vain? Were the people of the Tang sect arrested in vain? I think, if this continues, the next ones to die will be us. Everyone spoke more and more excitedly. The more they spoke, the more they felt wronged. Their voices grew louder and louder, and their words became increasingly intense. Some slapped the table and stood up, some glared with wide eyes, and some pointed in the direction of Yali. And cursed loudly. That scene, where was there any trace of the demeanor of the Sea God Pavilion elders? It was clearly a group of trapped beasts driven to a dead end, tearing at each other. Chapter 40, Federation-wide televised trial. At this moment, Ming sat in the main seat, his expression so gloomy it seemed water could drip from it. He listened to those words and looked at the elders who were once respectful and obedient to him. Now, one by one, they pointed at Yali and himself, venting their dissatisfaction and resentment without restraint. His chest heaved violently. Finally, Ming exploded. Enough! Ming roared. The sound was like a thunderclap. It echoed resoundingly within the Sea God Pavilion. At the same time, he suddenly released his own pressure. That was the pressure of a peak quasi-god. It was the power that stood at the very pinnacle of the continent. It was a terrifying sense of oppression sufficient to make even a titled Douluo feel suffocated. An invisible aura erupted from his body, like a mountain torrent, like a sweeping tsunami. A dull roar came from the air, and the entire Sea God Pavilion trembled slightly under his pressure. In an instant, the entire room went silent. That pressure was like an invisible giant hand, firmly pressing all the elders into their chairs. They opened their mouths, but could not make a sound. A trace of terror flashed in everyone's eyes. That was true terror, not because of Yun Ming's anger, but because in that instant, they realized. Even if Yun Ming was not as strong as Chen Yu. Even if Yun Ming didn't even have the courage to make a move in front of Chen Yu. But Yun Ming was still that peak quasi-god. He was still the sky-supporting Douluo. He still possessed the strength to crush them all. Subsequently, Yun Ming looked at everyone coldly. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying an anger suppressed to the extreme. Look at yourselves now. As dignified elders of the Sea God Pavilion, famous powerhouses on the continent, what have you all become now? Where is your dignity? His voice was not loud, but every word was like a slap, striking everyone hard in the face. Everyone lowered their heads, their faces flushed red. Under Yun Ming's peak quasi-god pressure, and under his questioning of, where is your dignity, no one dared to refute. On the other side, Yali suddenly burst into tears. She covered her face, her shoulders trembling violently. Then, she stood up abruptly and bowed deeply to the elders present. 90 degrees, bent very, very low, as if to use this posture to express all her apologies and guilt. Then, she turned and ran out of the Sea God Pavilion. Her footsteps were hurried and chaotic. She soon disappeared into the night outside the door. Yun Ming also hurriedly chased after her. He didn't even have time to say a word to the elders before striding out in pursuit. Soon, his figure disappeared at the doorway. In the Sea God Pavilion, it fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, Kai Yuee was the first to lift her head. She looked toward the doorway, toward the direction where Yun Ming had disappeared, and a complex smile curled at the corners of her mouth. She stood up slowly, adjusted her collar, snorted coldly, and then walked out without looking back. Immediately, everyone stood up one after another and left without a word. Some lowered their heads, some sighed, some had ashen faces, and some were expressionless. Their footsteps were heavy and slow, as if every step was dragging an invisible mountain. In the Sea God Pavilion, the lights remained bright. But those candlelight and lamps illuminated only empty chairs and a messy tabletop. Now, this group of elders had also completely become estranged from Yun Ming. Once, they were the most loyal guardians of Shrek, the staunchest supporters, and Yun Ming's most reliable comrades in arms. But now, under Yun Ming's pressure, the rift between them had become too deep to mend. They still sat in the Sea God Pavilion, still held the title of elder, and still wore the robes representing their status. But their hearts were no longer with Yun Ming. Outside the Sea God Pavilion, the night wind blew gently, picking up a few fallen leaves that swirled in the moonlight and drifted into the distance. Sunlight spilled down, and morning arrived. The sky over Ming City was clear as a wash, cloudless for 10,000 miles, and the morning light plated the entire city with a layer of faint gold. On the central square in front of the Parliament building, a temporarily erected high platform stood solemn and grave under the sunlight, with two towering flagpoles in the center. One was the Federation flag, and the other was the Parliament flag. At this moment, both were snapping in the morning wind. A nationwide broadcast began. At the same time, every spirit guidance screen within the Federation lit up simultaneously. From the busiest commercial street in Ming City to the small taverns in remote towns. From the outposts in the northern snowfields to the fishing villages on the southern coast. The same image appeared on every screen. That trial platform, and the figure kneeling on the platform. The public flooded into the live stream. Some sat in front of their televisions holding their breakfast. Some stopped to look up at the large screens on the streets. Some crowded in front of the display windows of appliance stores. Some took out their portable spirit guidance communicators to connect to the live signal. Everyone held their breath, watching this unprecedented trial. At this moment, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of viewers, cast their gaze toward the same place at the same time. And the objects of the trial were none other than Chen Xinji and Supreme Elder Long Yeyu. One was the War God Hall Master, peak quasi-god, vast sea Douluo, an existence standing at the very pinnacle of the continent. The other was the Shrek Academy Grand Elder, light and dark Douluo, possessor of two great holy dragon spirits. For the ordinary public, their identities were both unreachable. In the years past, these people were Legendary existences, names that lived in the news, in books, and in casual conversation. Ordinary people would never see them in person in their entire lives, let alone see them face trial. Of course, Supreme Elder Long Yeyu had long since died. That night, a long spear thrown by Chen Yu from tens of thousands of miles away had flown over and pierced directly through her chest. Her corpse was dug out from the ruins of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and after simple processing, it had been kept at the Federation's forensic center. Chen Yu had originally not intended to waste much effort. It was just a mere corpse, returning it to Shrek or just disposing of it, it didn't matter. But because Shrek had never sent anyone to claim Supreme Elder Long Yeyu's corpse, it was unknown if they didn't dare to come, didn't want to come, or just felt ashamed. Therefore, Chen Yu also intended to make use of the waste. Dragging her out to be judged today would also let the public see what this so-called light and dark Douluo actually looked like. Let them see clearly that these so-called big shots were just cold corpses when they died. After the trial was over, she would be thrown to be incinerated, so as not to pollute the environment. At this moment, on the trial platform, Chen Xinji knelt in the center, his knees on the cold stone slab. His hands were bound behind his back with specially made chains, and a limiter was worn around his neck. He wore a gray-white prison uniform without any insignia, wrinkled and crumpled, forming a stark contrast to the bright and magnificent robes he once wore. Chapter 41, Sentencing, Death Penalty. At this moment, he sat with his head bowed, silent. No one knew what he was thinking. But no one cared what he was thinking, either. Beside him lay a corpse. Supreme Elder Long Yeyu. Chen Xinji kept his head bowed, not looking over. He didn't know if he dared not look, didn't want to look, or felt that looking was useless. The woman he had loved for a lifetime, missed for a lifetime, and for whose death he hadn't hesitated to become an enemy of Chen Yu, lay less than 3 meters away from him. Yet he never looked over, not even once. Perhaps he didn't want Supreme Elder Long Yeyu to see him in his current state. Perhaps he felt that looking now had no meaning. Perhaps he simply didn't want to show any emotion in front of the cameras. Who knows? Behind the judge's bench was a high platform. Chen Yu sat in the center of the high platform, with the Federation flag and the parliamentary flag behind him. He wore formal attire, his expression as calm as water, his gaze sweeping steadily across the audience. On both sides of him sat several high-ranking officials of the federal parliament and military representatives, everyone's face filled with seriousness. Secretary Pan Wen stood slightly behind Chen Yu to the right, holding a thick file in his hands. His expression was calm, but a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. This trial was destined to go down in history. After all, this was the first time the parliament had tried a peak quasi-god. Below the high platform were the jury and the gallery. At this moment, several war gods from the war god temple sat in the first row of the gallery, their faces ashen, saying nothing. They had been invited to attend. But while it was called an invitation, it was no different from being forced. And they knew the consequences of not coming. Besides the people from the war god temple, there were representatives from some prominent families and sects, as well as well-known figures from various sectors of the Federation. Spotlights shone upon Chen Xinji. Several intense beams of light lit up from different directions simultaneously, leaving Chen Xinji, who was kneeling on the trial platform, with nowhere to hide. The light was blinding and scorching, making his complexion look even paler. Under the glare of the spotlights, he was no longer the high and mighty war god Hall Master, no longer the boundless sea Douluo whom people looked up to. He was just a prisoner. A man kneeling on the trial platform waiting for a verdict. The trial began. Chen Yu sat on the high platform and nodded slightly. Secretary Pan Wen, receiving the signal, turned to the presiding judge on the trial bench below and nodded slightly. That eye contact lasted less than a second, but the meaning was clear, it could begin. The presiding judge was a man over 60, with white hair and beard, a majestic countenance, wearing a black judge's robe. He was the Chief Justice of the Federal Supreme Court and had presided over countless major and important cases in his life. He had never shown partiality. And today, he sat here, the gavel in his hand to decide the fate of a peak quasi-god. He stood up, his gaze sweeping across the audience, his voice resonant and steady. This court announces that the trial of the former war god temple hall master, Chen Yu, now begins. The gavel fell, emitting a crisp and dull sound that echoed over the square. Subsequently, the prosecutor stood up, opened the thick file in his hand, and began to read the evidence of Chen Yu's crimes. First, as the war god temple hall master, Chen Yu enjoyed the highest level of resources and treatment from the Federation, yet he colluded with external forces to oppose the Federation and oppose the speaker. His actions have seriously violated the duties and oaths of the war god temple hall master, constituting a serious crime of treason. The prosecutor's voice echoed in the square, transmitted to every corner of the Federation through the live broadcast. Second, during his tenure as the commander of the Tian'ai Legion, Chen Yu, using his position and in the name of the current head of the Sea God family, proposed to the Federation to rename the Tian'ai Legion to the Sea God Legion, intending to turn the Federation's military power into his private armed forces. This action seriously violated federal military regulations, constituting a serious crime of attempting to privately seize federal resources. At this moment, in the gallery, the faces of those war gods from the war god temple became even uglier. They had thought they were just here to watch Chen Yu stand trial, never expecting Chen Yu to actually aim his spearhead at the entire war god temple. Although it was always Chen Yu being mentioned, the 5 words, war god temple hall master, had already pushed the war god temple to the forefront of the storm. What would the public think? They would think, Chen Yu did wrong. Did the others in the war god temple do wrong too? Were they also harboring the same schemes? At this moment, the prosecutor continued to read. Third, upon learning that Supreme Elder Long Yeyu had been lawfully executed, Chen Yu did not reflect on his mistakes but instead colluded with Shrek Academy to jointly oppose the Federation and oppose the speaker. And in the process of confrontation, Chen Yu openly attacked the Federal Naval Fleet, causing damage to multiple warships and injuring dozens of soldiers. His actions have seriously endangered the safety of the Federation. Fourth, as a peak quasi-god, Chen Yu should have led by example to uphold the laws and order of the Federation, yet he repeatedly abused his power for personal gain, seeking improper benefits for his sea god family. It has been verified that during his tenure as the war god temple hall master, Chen Yu used his position to funnel a large amount of federal resources to his sea god family, with a total value exceeding. Fifth, sixth, item by item, the crimes were too numerous to record. Every piece of evidence was detailed and substantiated. There were files, records, witness testimonies, and physical evidence materials. The prosecutor flipped through the files page by page, reading the charges one by one, his voice growing higher and more powerful. Those shocking facts were like sharp knives, stabbing into the hearts of every citizen watching the live broadcast. The public was furious. On the sole guidance screens, comments surged like a tide. Scum. Traitor. Shoot him. Does such human trash deserve to be the war god temple hall master? Investigate. Investigate the war god temple from top to bottom. In front of the big screens on the streets, the gathered crowds let out roars of anger. Some waved their fists, some pointed at Chen Yu on the screen and cursed, some were so excited that their faces turned red. The peak quasi-god who was once high and mighty in their hearts had now become a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat. In the square of Ming City, the public was also shouting, "Death penalty! Death penalty! Death penalty!" The sound grew louder and more uniform. Finally, it converged into a deafening wave of sound that echoed over the square for a long time. At this moment, the prosecutor finished reading the last charge, turned, bowed deeply to the presiding judge and the jury, and then sat back in his seat. Behind the trial platform, the presiding judge was silent for a moment, exchanging low-voiced opinions with the jurors. Actually, there was no need to discuss. All of Chen Yu's crimes were nailed-down facts, and all evidence had been strictly verified. But the procedures had to be followed, the process had to be gone through. Because this was the dignity of the rule of law. Finally, the presiding judge stood up, picked up the verdict on the table, and announced loudly, "After the deliberation of this court, Chen Xinji is guilty of treason, abuse of power, and other multiple charges, with serious circumstances and malicious influence. According to the law, we sentence him to death penalty, to be executed immediately. Chapter 42, Public Opinion Boils Over, Thoroughly Investigate the War God Temple. The gavel fell. The entire venue was in an uproar, then quickly fell silent. The moment the verdict was read, all sound in the plaza, in front of the screens, and across the entire Federation froze. Hundreds of millions of people held their breath, waiting for the final scene. At this moment, Chen Xinji raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot. He knelt there, head tilted back, looking at Chen Yu on the high platform, then at the several war gods in the gallery, and finally at the camera. Looking at the hundreds of millions of people behind the screens, he used all his strength and shouted, "I do not accept this. The Parliament has no right to judge me. I am the War God Temple Master. War God Temple Master. Only a vote by the war gods of the War God Temple can decide my fate. Chen Yu, this is you settling personal scores. I do not accept this." His voice was hoarse and sharp, echoing over the plaza. The sound carried despair, carrying the last glimmer of hope from a powerhouse who once stood at the pinnacle of the continent. The entire venue was silent, everyone looking at Chen Yu. The camera cut to the high platform, to the figure sitting in the very center. At this moment, the gazes of hundreds of millions of people converged on the same person. Chen Yu's gaze was indifferent, his expression calm as usual, as if the shouting of Chen Xinji was merely noise blown by the wind past his ears. At this moment, he looked down from on high at Chen Xinji kneeling on the judgment platform, his eyes filled with only absolute indifference. As if the person before him was just an ordinary person, not worth him wasting too much emotion on. He spoke slowly, his voice transmitting through the live broadcast to every corner of the Federation. Chen Xinji. The War God Temple was established thousands of years ago, at a great cost, so that the Federation could have its own violent institution. So, when did the War God Temple become able to stand above the Federation's judgment? Could it be that you have sat in the position of War God Temple Master for too long, and have become muddled? Or have you at the War God Temple long forgotten your original intentions? His voice was unhurried, but every word was like a great mountain, pressing down on the head of Chen Xinji, and also on the heads of the several war gods in the gallery. Once these words were spoken, the several war gods from the War God Temple who came to observe today instantly changed their expressions. They sat in the first row of the gallery. At this moment, motionless, their faces livid. But their eyes betrayed them. In those eyes, there was fear, there was unease. Someone gritted their teeth. Someone secretly wiped cold sweat from their forehead. They also didn't expect Chen Yu would suddenly point the spearhead at them. Originally they thought today was just to watch Chen Xinji stand trial. The evidence of Chen Xinji's crimes and the verdict of Chen Xinji had nothing to do with them. But Chen Yu's words were clearly telling everyone. The problems of the War God Temple are not just with Chen Xinji. The things that Chen Xinji did. Do the rest of you at the War God Temple know or not? Did you tacitly approve or not? Did you participate or not? These words, Chen Yu did not say explicitly. But everyone heard it. And at this moment, the anger of the people was also completely ignited. In front of the screens, in the streets and alleys, hundreds of millions of people simultaneously erupted with angry roars. Some slapped tables, some threw cups, some pointed at the noses of those war gods on the screen and cursed. Investigate. Must investigate. From top to bottom, the War God Temple, not a single one can be spared. They take our money, and still want to ride on our heads. Speaker is right. The War God Temple long forgot its original intentions. Chen Xinji wanted to continue to argue, wanting to continue to fight for his last chance. But Chen Yu's goal had already been achieved. He did not need Chen Xinji to say one more word, nor did he need Chen Xinji to shout one more time. Because it was no longer important. What was important was that the people had already heard what they should hear, and the war gods of the War God Temple had already felt what they should feel. At this moment, Secretary Pan Wen also immediately signaled the presiding judge, nodding slightly. The presiding judge understood, his expression serious, raised the gavel again, and shouted loudly. Execute immediately. The gavel fell, before the sound faded. Instantly, a full 30 level 9 soul guidance rays were aimed at Chen Xinji. Those ray emitters had long been set up, hidden in every corner around the judgment platform. At this moment, they simultaneously revealed their true forms, their muzzles aimed at Chen Xinji kneeling in the center of the judgment platform. One could see blinding light condensing at the muzzles. 30 level 9 soul guidance rays, the power of each shot was enough to raise a small hill to the ground. And at this moment, 30 beams of light lit up simultaneously. The light was scorching and blinding. Like 30 suns rising at the same time. Fire. One could see those 30 scorching beams of light piercing through the body of Chen Xinji at the same moment. Instantly, the body of Chen Xinji was completely vaporized, not even a drop of blood was left. Chen Xinji, the former war god temple master, peak quasi-god, boundless sea Douluo. Fallen. There was no grand battle, no earth-shattering duel, not even a decent last word. He was like a lamb sent to the altar, kneeling there, waiting for the judgment of fate. And the people, after a brief silence, erupted into cheers like a mountain landslide and a tsunami. In the central plaza of Ming City, hundreds of thousands of people shouted in unison, their voices shaking the clouds, lasting for a full 5 minutes. As for Supreme Elder Long Yeyu, Chen Yu had long forgotten. His target from the beginning was Chen Xinji. It was the war god temple. Supreme Elder Long Yeyu was just a dead person, a corpse, whether she was brought out for trial or burned. It didn't matter. He didn't even take another look. But his subordinates proactively carried away the corpse of Supreme Elder Long Yeyu. And those staff members responsible for the aftermath were all people who had followed Chen Yu for many years, knowing that the speaker hated those who sucked blood from the Federation. Since the speaker said, "Throw it to be burned, then send it to be burned." But what about after burning? How to handle the ashes? They discussed it and unanimously decided. Can't let such a person off easily. Thus, the corpse of Supreme Elder Long Yeyu was sent into the Ming City Municipal Garbage Incinerator, and together with the household waste, turned into ashes in the high temperature. A few hours later, the staff swept out that handful of grayish-white ashes from the bottom of the furnace, scooped them up with a worn-out shovel, and dumped them into the septic tank in the backyard of the incineration plant. That septic tank was a place used by the incineration plant to process waste, stinking to high heaven, sewage flowing everywhere, flies flying in swarms. That handful of ashes that once belonged to Light and Dark Douluo, belonged to the Grand Elder of Shrek Academy, was just like that dumped into the septic tank, mixed with feces and sewage. Never again distinguishable from one another. No one felt it was inappropriate. No one felt it was excessive. The news somehow spread out. The Soul Guidance Network was again full of applause. Some said, served her right, some said, let her off too easy, some said, this kind of person deserves this end. Almost no one spoke for her, no one felt pity, and even fewer felt heartbroken for her ending. Chapter 43, The Central Legion welcomes the speaker for an inspection. As for Shrek Academy, they remained silent, offering no response. They did not send anyone to collect the body, perhaps because they couldn't afford the disgrace, perhaps because they feared trouble, or perhaps because Supreme Elder Long Yeyu was no longer important. But regardless of the reason, Supreme Elder Long Yeyu's final resting place was that cesspit. Under the sunlight, the sky over Ming City was clear as washed, without a single cloud. The crowd in the square gradually dispersed, staff began dismantling the judgment platform, and cleaners swept the ground. It was as if nothing had ever happened. But in the hearts of those hundreds of millions of citizens, in the hearts of the few war god temple war gods, and in the hearts of those aristocratic sects secretly watching the trial proceedings, everything had changed. At this moment, Chen Yu stood up and turned to leave. Secretary Pan Wen followed closely behind. Their figures disappeared into the passageway, sunlight spilling onto the steps they had walked, warm and bright. A moment later, outside Ming City, Western Mountain. Western Mountain stood towering and majestic. The mountain range stretched for dozens of miles, its main peak rising into the clouds, shrouded in mist year-round. This was not just a mountain, it was the core of the Federation's military power. Western Mountain was the headquarters of the Central Legion. The entire mountain had been incorporated into a military restricted zone, and outsiders were not allowed to approach. And at the summit, that was also where the War God Temple was located. That ancient hall, which had passed down its legacy for thousands of years, was situated at the highest point of Western Mountain, overlooking the entire Ming city. Usually, that was a place for the war gods of the War God Temple to cultivate and discuss matters, and ordinary people couldn't even get close to the foot of the mountain. But today, the entire Western Mountain was filled with an unusual atmosphere. When Chen Yu's soul guidance car slowly drove into the military camp gate at the foot of Western Mountain, a straight passageway came into view. On both sides of the passageway, soldiers were lined up in two neat rows, extending from the camp entrance all the way to the foot of the mountain, stretching as far as the eye could see. They wore crisp military uniforms and white gloves, holding standard-issue soul guidance rifles, muzzles pointed upward, rifle bodies straight. Sunlight spilled onto their steel helmets and epaulettes, reflecting a dazzling light. A red carpet was rolled out from the car door, extending all the way into the distance. Chen Yu got out of the car, looked at the scene before him, and frowned slightly. General Yu Guanji had already hurried up to meet him, his military boots making steady sounds as they stepped on the red carpet. He stood at attention in front of Chen Yu, his back straight, bowing his head respectfully. "Speaker." Regarding this, Chen Yu frowned and said, "Didn't I tell you not to make such a fuss? Besides, I am just passing through." There was a hint of displeasure in his tone. He did not like this kind of extravagant display, and even less did he like having soldiers put down their work for his sake just to engage in such formalism. His intention in coming to Western Mountain was just to stop by the War God Temple to take a look, and incidentally inspect the situation in the military camp. He did not want to disturb too many people. Hearing this, General Yu Guanji hurriedly smiled and said, "Speaker, this was spontaneous on the part of the brothers. They wanted to express their gratitude toward you. You see, I also need to consider everyone's feelings, right?" His smile carried a hint of helplessness, but also a hint of pride. He was helpless because he knew the speaker didn't like this, but proud because his soldiers had such sentiments. This matter was indeed not arranged by him. Or rather, he just didn't stop it. Because, when the soldiers heard that the speaker was coming to Western Mountain, the entire camp had exploded with excitement. Everyone was spontaneously preparing. Some polished their military boots, some wiped their guns over and over, and some practiced their salutes again and again. They weren't doing it to cope with an inspection or to complete a task, but sincerely wanted to use this method to express their gratitude. The speaker had given them so many subsidies, the speaker had improved their meals, and the speaker had allowed them to live a life they wouldn't have dared to imagine before. They didn't know how to repay the speaker, so they could only use this method to let the speaker see their hearts. Chen Yu nodded slightly, the displeasure on his face easing a little. He looked around, seeing those young faces, seeing those pair of burning eyes, and a warm current welled up in his heart. Only this once. "Yes, yes, yes." General Yu Guanji nodded hurriedly, the smile on his face deepening. He turned around, nodded slightly toward the adjutant not far away, and signaled with his eyes. The adjutant had been standing on the side of the formation, constantly paying attention to the movements here. Seeing General Yu Guanji's gaze, he immediately understood, took a deep breath, and then suddenly raised his right hand and clapped 3 times forcefully. The next second, a resounding military song began to play. It was the military song of the Central Legion. The melody was majestic and stirring, the lyrics simple and powerful. Tens of thousands of soldiers sang out in unison. That sound exploded in the mountains like thunder, echoing back and forth in the canyons, lingering for a long time. Every note was filled with strength, and every lyric was poured with emotion. "We are iron." The melody of the military song echoed at the foot of Western Mountain, weaving through the soldiers, formations and lingering in Chen Yu's ears. The soldiers saluted Chen Yu one after another, their movements uniform and orderly, as if they were one person. Tens of thousands of arms were raised simultaneously, palms together, fingertips pointing toward the brim of their caps, their gazes like torches, reverent and burning. Sunlight fell on their faces, illuminating those pairs of reddened eye sockets. And Chen Yu was also waving his hand, looking at the crowd with a full face of smiles. His pace was neither fast nor slow, his right hand raised to shoulder height, waving gently. "Thank you all for your hard work." Chen Yu's voice was not loud, but it pierced through the roar of the military song, clearly reaching the ears of every soldier. "We are not tired," the soldiers shouted. The voices of tens of thousands of people converged, sweeping in like a tsunami, shaking the leaves at the foot of the mountain until they rustled and trembled. "It is not hard work." These 3 words were not just polite formalities, they were heartfelt truths. They were soldiers under the speaker, they ate their fill, wore warm clothes, had dignity, received subsidies, and had a future to look forward to. Therefore, it was not hard work. Chen Yu walked along the red carpet, the soldiers on both sides lined up like a great wall cast from steel. Their gazes followed his figure, from the entrance to the foot of the mountain, from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, step by step, their gazes never wavering. At the end of the red carpet were the stone steps leading to the summit. The stone steps were very narrow, only allowing 2 people to walk side by side, flanked by dense forests and craggy rocks. The stone steps were very long, winding and twisting, extending from the mountainside all the way to the summit, hidden within the clouds and mist. This was the passage for the war gods of the war god temple to cultivate and come and go. Ordinary people would never have the chance to set foot on it in their entire lives. But today, the sides of the stone steps were also filled with soldiers. They lined up from the mountainside all the way to the summit. Every few steps there was one, standing straight, like green pines planted on the hillside. Their military uniforms fluttered slightly in the morning breeze, their gazes following Chen Yu's figure, reverent and burning. Chapter 44, A Bunch of Turncoats. At this moment, Chen Yu stepped onto the stone stairs, walking upward step by step. Behind him, the military songs from the barracks were still echoing. In front of him, the clouds and mist on the mountaintop drew nearer, and the silhouette of the war god temple loomed faintly within the fog. Sunlight shone from behind, casting a long shadow before him that stretched up the stone stairs, as if guiding his way. At the summit, the war god temple stood silently in the morning light, waiting for its speaker. Arriving at the summit, amidst the swirling clouds and mist, a massive boulder lay across his path. The boulder stood several dozen zhang high and was entirely dark green-black. But the most shocking sight was the door embedded right in the center of the boulder. It was a colossal metal door. The door panels were pitch black. Under the morning light, they did not reflect any luster at all. The door was about 5 zhang high and 3 zhang wide, with an astonishing thickness, looking from afar like a giant black steel embedded in the mountain. The door was also carved with various patterns, most of which were hideous in appearance. Some resembled spirit beasts, with gaping maws and bared, white fangs. Others resembled humans, their bodies twisted, their faces full of pain and fear. There were also some monsters that could not be identified, with octopus-like tentacles, bat-like wings, and lizard-like scales, all twisted and binding together to form scenes that made one's blood run cold. This was the Hell Gate of the War God Temple. It is said that this door was forged personally by the first Hall Master when the War God Temple was established. The metal used for the door panels was a special alloy from outside the plane, with astonishing weight and terrifying defensive power. Without a strength of 3,000 jin, it was impossible to push this door open. This was both the first line of defense for the War God Temple and the first test for those who wished to enter. Those who could not even push the door open were not qualified to enter the War God Temple. Just then, the Hell Gate slowly opened, revealing pitch-black darkness inside. The 2 heavy door panels slid inward, as if making way for someone. From the darkness behind the door, a faint breeze blew out, carrying an ancient and mysterious aura. The Hell Gate could not be opened without a strength of 3,000 jin. But for Chen Yu, it was no different from opening a normal door. Let alone 3,000 jin, even 30,000 or 300,000 jin was nothing more than a wave of his hand to him. And clearly, the War God Temple knew this, so they opened the door proactively to avoid losing face later. Chen Yu did not linger and stepped inside. His figure vanished into the darkness behind the door, as if swallowed by the mouth of a giant beast. Behind him, the hell gate slowly closed, shutting out the sunlight and clouds. The ground beneath his feet began to move. This was a massive elevator, connecting the mountaintop entrance to the main body of the war god temple inside the mountain. The area around the elevator was pitch black, with only the lights above and below illuminating a limited range. A moment later, Chen Yu arrived at a hall. It was a massive underground hall. It was about 10 zhong high and nearly 100 zhong in circumference. The dome was embedded with countless night luminescent pearls, emitting a soft and bright light that illuminated the entire hall as if it were daylight. In the very center of the hall was a circular discussion platform, the surface carved from a single piece of white jade, as smooth as a mirror. Surrounding the discussion platform were dozens of stone chairs arranged neatly, with an ancient symbol carved into the back of each one. These were the titles of the past war gods of the War God Temple, representing the legacy and glory of the War God Temple. At this moment, the war gods of the War God Temple were all waiting for Chen Yu. They stood around the discussion platform, wearing uniform deep red battle robes with the emblem of the War God Temple embroidered on their chests. Each person's face wore a different expression. Some had calm expressions, some had furrowed brows, some had anxiety in their eyes, and some wore sneers on their lips. But without exception, their gazes all fell upon the figure that had stepped out of the elevator. The leader among the group of war gods was none other than the deputy hall master of the War God Temple, Yu Guan. He stood directly in front of the discussion platform, keeping a half-step distance from the other war gods. The patterns on his attire were also different from the red of the other war gods. They were gold. Gold trim, gold patterns, and a gold emblem, all gleaming under the light of the night luminescent pearls. That was the mark of the deputy hall master, a symbol of his status as the one above all others and below only one in the War God Temple. Yu Guan, title, Yu Tian, possessed a cultivation level of rank 99 limit Douluo and was a 4-word battle armor master. His spirit was the Yu Tian spear. This was a powerful tool spirit possessing extreme attack attributes. It is said that he was already a renowned genius on the continent when he was young. Later, he joined the War God Temple and rose all the way to the position of Deputy Hall Master in less than 40 years. When he saw Chen Yu, he sighed softly, the sigh filled with helplessness and a trace of wariness. Immediately, he stepped forward half a step, bowed slightly, and said in a deep voice, "I do not know the purpose of the speaker's visit." His tone was neither servile nor overbearing, he showed neither excessive respect nor obvious hostility. Chen Yu stood with his hands behind his back, looking calmly at Yu Guan. He did not make small talk and went straight to the point. "Yu Guan, you surely know better than I do why I, the speaker, have come. As the deputy hall master of the War God Temple, were you truly unaware of the past actions of Chen Shinji? If you dare to answer that way, then do not blame me, the speaker, for replacing you directly." His tone was cold, showing absolutely no face to Yu Guan. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Guan's face instantly flushed red. He had been the deputy hall master of the War God Temple for decades, holding a high and powerful position, second only to one, and above all others. When had he ever been reprimanded like this to his face? And in front of all the war gods, no less. He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with irrepressible anger. "Chen Yu, as the speaker, you repeatedly interfere in our War God Temple's internal affairs. Do you not think your reach is too long? Furthermore, regarding the matter of Chen Shinji, our War God Temple has already conceded. What more do you want?" "Conceded?" Chen Yu sneered, the laughter filled with mockery. "Chen Shinji only stayed in the Federation prison for one night. And during that one night, you all used the influence in your hands, trying to interfere in this matter and rescue Chen Shinji. Is this what you call a concession?" His voice was not loud, but every word was like a knife, piercing precisely into Yu Guan's heart. Yu Guan was furious, his chest heaving violently, and his voice rose by several octaves. "Even if Chen Shinji did something wrong, that is an internal matter of our War God Temple, and we will make a reasonable judgment. As the speaker, you forcibly interfere in the internal affairs of the War God Temple. Are you without fault?" "I, the speaker, am indeed at fault," Chen Yu said slowly. His tone suddenly became calm. Chapter 45, the mistake was not killing you all. Yu Guan's eyes lit up. He thought Chen Yu was going to back down. At this moment, the corners of his mouth began to curl up slightly, waiting for what Chen Yu would say next. But immediately, Chen Yu continued. My mistake was not cleaning out you bunch of turncoats sooner. Allowing you to still live with such thick skin. And still be able to have one foot in the bowl while looking at what's in the pot. Yu Guan's complexion instantly turned from red to white, then from white to green. Chen Yu's voice grew colder and harder. Yu Guan, do you think I don't know your background? If I recall correctly, Yun Ming is your senior brother, isn't he? I'm just curious. How exactly did someone from Shrek Academy manage to enter the Federation's War God Temple and rise to the position of Vice Hall Master? But if I'm not mistaken, it was Chen Xinji, wasn't it? You all really know how to play the game. Is this treating the War God Temple like your own home, doing whatever you want? What do you take the Federation for? Chen Yu's words tore the fig leaf right off the War God Temple's face. You must know, the establishment of the War God Temple was originally meant to counter the three major powers, Shrek Academy, the Tang Sect, and even the Spirit Pagoda. This is the mission of the War God Temple, the meaning of its existence, and the creed that every member of the War God Temple must swear to defend upon joining. Yet, the former Hall Master of the War God Temple, Chen Xinji, had an entanglement with the former Grand Elder of Shrek Academy, Supreme Elder Long Yeyu. Not only did they have feelings, but Chen Xinji also joined forces with Shrek Academy to oppose the Federation and the Speaker because of Supreme Elder Long Yeyu's death. And Yu Guan, as the Vice Hall Master of the War God Temple, was directly one of Shrek Academy's people. His senior brother is Yun Ming. His teachers are in Shrek Academy. His foundation is in Shrek Academy. He is a pawn planted by Shrek Academy in the War God Temple, a pawn buried for decades. It can be said that the current War God Temple has long since become Shrek Academy's War God Temple. If it hadn't been for that slap by Supreme Elder Long Yeyu back then, which caused the rupture between Shrek Academy and the Spirit Pagoda, leading to irreconcilable conflicts between the two major powers, this People's Federation would have long since become their Shrek Academy Federation. Where would there be any chance for other Spirit Masters to get ahead? Where would the Federation Council even have a say? Once these words were spoken, the group of war gods looked at each other. Some lowered their heads in silence, some turned ashen-faced, some secretly observed Yu Guan's expression, and some subconsciously exchanged glances with their colleagues. Most of them truly did not know Yu Guan's background. Or rather, they knew a little. But they hadn't expected things to be this serious. And Yu Guan was simply furious out of shame. He took a sudden step forward, his voice filled with a kind of hysteria after being exposed. Chen Yu, what do you mean? His voice was full of anger. But beneath that anger was fear. Deep, profound fear. What do I mean? Chen Yu looked at Yu Guan with a puzzled expression, as if saying, you don't even understand this. Yu Guan, have you lived all these years in vain? His tone was understated, even carrying a hint of mockery. But then, Chen Yu's expression turned completely cold. I mean that you all must die. The moment these words left his mouth, the air in the entire hall froze. Instantly, the expressions of all the war gods changed. Some subconsciously took half a step back, some released their spirit, and some activated their forward battle armor. Dozens of spirit power fluctuations bloomed simultaneously, stirring up waves of air in the hall. Yu Guan shouted, his voice filled with madness and unwillingness. Arrogant. Chen Yu, I don't believe you can kill us all. The spirit Yu Tian spear instantly appeared in his hand. At the same time, his forward battle armor automatically equipped itself, wrapping his entire body in armor. His aura climbed to its peak at this moment. The pressure of a level 99 limit Douluo was released without reservation, causing the few war gods behind him to involuntarily take a few steps back. Flames burned in Yu Guan's eyes. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe Chen Yu would actually dare to kill him. He was a vice hall master of the War God Temple. Moreover, he still had a trump card. Burning himself to exchange for a strike of a god. That was his final trump card. It was his hope for a comeback in a desperate situation. And at this moment, Chen Yu laughed. That smile contained only a mockery that made one's heart run cold. He looked at Yu Guan, his eyes full of disdain. Yu Guan, I had thought you had some backbone, but with death imminent, are you still planning to drag others down with you? Don't tell me you think there's strength in numbers. His voice carried a hint of banter, as if watching a ridiculous farce. Immediately, Chen Yu's figure flashed. The speed was incredibly fast, so fast that no one present could capture his trajectory. Yu Guan's eyes widened to the size of saucers. At this moment, his mental force had been released to the limit, covering every corner of the hall. But he felt nothing. It was as if Chen Yu had vanished into thin air from the void realm. The next second, Chen Yu's figure appeared in front of Yu Guan. Close at hand, their eyes met. He threw a punch. A simple punch. But in Yu Guan's eyes, that punch seemed to turn into a star. It was a huge, scorching, burning star, as if it had collapsed from above the 9 heavens, carrying the power to destroy the world, crushing down toward him. That star blotted out the sky and sun, enveloping the entire world within it. He had nowhere to hide, nowhere to run, and could only watch helplessly as that power of absolute destruction descended. He wanted to activate his trump card. Wanted to unleash that final strike of a god. But everything was already over. Chen Yu's fist was now imprinted on his chest. First was the 4-word battle armor. That piece of 4-word battle armor, which had cost countless heaven and earth treasures and been crafted by a top divine craftsman over several years. Before Chen Yu's fist, it was as if made of paper. It collapsed directly. The armor turned into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. Then it was his body. Bang! A dull explosion sounded. Yu Guan's body. In that instant, it turned into a blood mist. The crimson blood mist permeated the hall. Like a blooming blood-colored flower. Appearing exceptionally enchanting under the glow of the night pearls. He didn't even have time to leave any last words. Yu Guan, titled, Yu Tian, Level 99 Limit Douluo, 4-word Battle Armor Master, Vice Hall Master of the War God Temple, was beaten into a blood mist with just one punch. The blood mist slowly drifted away, landing on the white jade surface of the council platform, landing on the faces and clothes of the war gods nearby. Sticky, warm, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to move, let alone speak. Those war gods of the war god temple stood in the blood mist. The expressions on their faces were frozen. Their whole bodies were stiff, like sculptures, frozen in place. Yu Guan, fallen. Chapter 46, If the war gods do not die, the great thieves will not stop. And when the gaze of Chen Yu turned towards them, the air in the hall seemed to congeal. That gaze was as calm as water, devoid of any emotion, merely sweeping slowly across the face of every person. Wherever his gaze fell, it felt as if an invisible blade was sliding across their necks, sending a chill down their spines and making their hair stand on end. The gathered war gods lowered their heads one after another, not daring to meet the eyes of Chen Yu directly. Those pairs of eyes that were once arrogant and overbearing were all now darting away. Not a single person dared to meet the gaze of Chen Yu. Because that blood mist was still drifting in the air. That was the blood of Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu, the blood of the Deputy Hall Master, the blood of a level 99 limit Douluo. Just a few seconds ago, that man wearing a battle robe with golden patterns was still standing before them, issuing orders to them. But now, he had turned into a cloud of blood mist, not even leaving behind a single complete bone. Immediately after, Chen Yu said in a relaxed and casual tone. This speaker has always been magnanimous. Speak, who still wants to live? His voice was not loud, his tone relaxed, as if he were asking a question that could not be more ordinary. The weather is nice today, who wants to go out and bask in the sun? That relaxed and casual tone formed a stark contrast with the scent of blood permeating the air. This made everyone present feel a chill that penetrated deep into their marrow. Immediately, the war gods exchanged glances with each other. But no one spoke for a long time. Some looked at their companions beside them, some secretly exchanged winks, some shook their heads slightly. Their eyes were filled with fear, hesitation, and a trace of pleading they were unwilling to even admit to themselves. Who wants to live? Of course, everyone wants to live. But who would be the first to speak? Who would be the first to beg for mercy? Would the first one to speak be treated as a coward and punched to death? Would the one who does not speak be treated as stubborn and also punched to death? They froze there, caught in a dilemma, like ants on a hot pan. Seeing this, Chen Yu recalled the information that Secretary Pan Wen had previously given him regarding the war gods of the War God Temple. He had only read that information once. But with his mental force, once was enough. Every person's name, age, spirit, cultivation level, background, as well as how many resources they had plundered from the Federation over the years and how many shady things they had done, were all clearly imprinted in his mind. Who was a big embezzler? Who was a small embezzler? Who was forced to be complicit? Who actively defected to Shrek? Who was the confidant of Chen Shinji? Who was the lackey of Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu? He knew it all clearly. His gaze fell upon one of them. It was a burly middle-aged man with a square face, wide mouth, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, standing in the second row of the formation, currently bowing his head, his body trembling slightly. His name was Nangong Yi, titled Kong Long, the 8th-ranked war god of the War God Temple. The information wrote it clearly. This person used his position to privately resell rare metals allocated by the Federation, profiting over 100 billion Federation coins. At the same time, he was also one of the confidants of Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu, repeatedly providing cover and convenience for his private actions. Chen Yu moved. His figure flashed. The next second, he appeared in front of Nangong Yi. It was so fast that everyone present did not react, so fast that Nangong Yi did not even have time to raise his head. He threw a punch. The action was exactly the same as when he killed Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu. Simple and plain, unadorned. The fist struck Nangong Yi's chest. First came the sound of battle armor shattering, then the sound of bones breaking, and finally a dull explosion. Bang! Another cloud of blood mist exploded. The crimson blood mist spread through the formation, splattering onto the faces and bodies of the war gods on both sides. And Nangong Yi did not even let out a scream, did not even figure out what had happened. He had already disappeared from this world. Just like that, another war god, without even making a sound, had turned into a cloud of blood mist. In an instant, their psychological defenses collapsed directly. Those pairs of once arrogant eyes were now all filled with fear. Some had weak legs, their bodies swaying. Some had pale faces, their lips turning purple. Some had dilated pupils, their breathing rapid. They finally understood, finally realized. Chen Yu was not threatening them. He was really going to kill them. No one hesitated anymore. Clatter. I don't know who took the lead. The first one knelt down. The sound of knees hitting the stone floor was exceptionally crisp in the silent hall. Then the second, third, fourth. One after another. The war gods of the War God Temple knelt down on the ground one after another, some even lying flat on the ground, their foreheads pressing against the cold stone floor, their bodies trembling violently. Speaker, spare my life. Speaker, spare my life. I don't know anything. It was all done by Chen Shinji and Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu. I was forced. I am willing to hand over all illegal gains. I am willing to withdraw from the War God Temple. I am willing to be a beast of burden for the speaker. Please, please spare me, I have elderly parents above and young children below. Sounds of begging for mercy rose and fell, mixed with crying, the sound of kowtowing, and the sound of teeth chattering. Those war gods who once stirred up winds and rain in the Federation, who were once arrogant and overbearing in the War God Temple, were now kneeling on the ground one by one, begging like dogs. And Chen Yu listened to their pleas for mercy, his gaze remaining icy. He stood there just like that, looking down at the war gods kneeling all over the floor, listening to their pleas for mercy, his expression as calm as water. These voices, these pleas, these tears, had no meaning in his eyes. These people, each as a war god of the War God Temple, did not think of struggling for the Federation their whole lives, did not think of the country and the people. Instead, they all treated the War God Temple as a bridgehead to obtain Federation resources, as their own private territory, unscrupulously draining the blood and sweat of the people. How much of the funding that the Federation allocates to the War God Temple every year is truly used for the construction and development of the War God Temple? How much has fallen into the private pockets of these people? Those rare metals, those heaven and earth treasure, those spirit tools. that which should have been resources used to defend the Federation, were taken by them to resell, to divide privately. Even taken to honor their own sects and family. Such great thieves, if they do not die, how can the public anger be appeased? If they do not die, how can the world be pacified? Chen Yu's gaze fell on another person. It was a thin old man, kneeling at the very edge of the third row, with gray hair, a refined face, wearing a deep red war god battle robe, currently lying on the ground, his forehead pressed tightly against the stone floor, his body curled into a ball. His name was War God Wanjian Li Wanjin, titled Wanjian, a level 91 titled Douluo. The 18th ranked war god of the War God Temple. And on his hands was also stained with the blood and sweat of the Federation people. The information showed that during his tenure as a war god of the War God Temple, War God Wanjian Li Wanjin used his status and connections to act as an intermediary in multiple military-industrial projects of the Federation, extorting and demanding bribes, profiting over 50 billion Federation coins from it. Chapter 47. Kill them for the sake of the common people. At the same time, he was another chess piece of Shrek Academy in the War God Temple. He had a very close personal relationship with Sea God Pavilion Elder Zhou Shi. Moreover, War God Wanjian Li Wanjin's granddaughter was studying at Shrek Academy, enjoying its best resources. Chen Yu raised his right foot and kicked out. This kick carried an unstoppable force, striking War God Wanjian Li Wanjin's body. War God Wanjian Li Wanjin didn't even have time to react. His entire body directly exploded under that force. Boom! Another cloud of blood mist. The blood mist permeated the hall. It mixed with the blood of Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu and the other person from before, and the air was filled with a nauseatingly sweet, metallic smell. Among the war gods, some were even scared to tears. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s, tall and thin, with a refined face. His tears streamed down, snot and tears mixed together, and he cried like a child. His lips trembled, muttering indistinctly words like, "Mommy," and, "I don't want to die." His hands were pressed against the ground, his body trembling violently, and his crotch was even wet. He had wet himself from fright. At this moment, the pleas for mercy grew more intense. "Speaker, I'm willing to withdraw from the War God Temple. I'm willing to hand over all my money. I won't do it again. Please spare me this one time. I don't know anything. I'm just an executor. Chen Shinji told me what to do, and I didn't dare to disobey. Speaker, I have an 80-year-old mother above me and a 3-year-old child below me. What will happen to them if you kill me? I'm willing to be your dog. You tell me who to bite, and I'll bite them. Please spare my dog's life." Some kowtowed until their foreheads bled, some clung to Chen Yu's leg, some collapsed on the ground, too weak to even beg for mercy. The scene was chaotic and tragic, like a group of livestock struggling under the butcher's knife. But Chen Yu did not soften his heart. He stood there, like a cold statue, unresponsive to all the pleas for mercy, crying, kowtowing, and wailing. His gaze swept over the war gods kneeling on the ground, as if looking at a group of dead people. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded or cruel, but that he clearly knew. If these people don't die, the Federation will die. If these people don't die, the people will die. If they don't die, then it's the innocent people who will die. The money they embezzled could have been used to build more schools, hospitals, and roads. The rare metals they resold could have been used to produce more spirit tools, stronger mechas, and better equipment. The time they wasted could have been used to do more meaningful things. And what did they do? They clung to the Federation, sucking its blood like leeches, generation after generation, year after year. If they don't die, Heaven's law will not tolerate it. Want to live? Chen Yu looked at the crowd, his tone calm, showing no emotion. The war gods were stunned, then nodded repeatedly. Their eyes were filled with a frantic desire to survive. Chen Yu looked at them, a sharp glint suddenly flashing in his eyes. That sharp glint was like lightning tearing through the night sky. Blindingly bright, chillingly cold. His voice also changed, no longer calm, but carrying a long-suppressed anger and pity. But the people also want to live. His voice echoed through the hall, exploding like thunder. That voice carried a cry for justice and fairness from the depths of his heart. You are the worms of the nation, treating the common people as ants. When have you ever considered how the people of the Federation should survive? Every word from Chen Yu was like a knife, stabbing into the hearts of those war gods. Some lowered their heads, some closed their eyes, some trembled all over, some turned pale. They couldn't refute it, because every word Chen Yu said was the truth. They truly had never thought about any of that. They only thought of themselves, only wanting to take a little more, and then a little more, never enough. Chen Yu struck out with a palm. This palm carried his anger and will, the hopes and cries of the Federation's people, and the judgment against the parasites sucking the Federation's blood. Where the palm wind passed, the air let out a sharp bang, and space itself seemed to be torn apart. Bang! A cloud of blood mist exploded. Another war god. He wasn't even remembered by name. He turned into nothingness under this palm strike. In the crowd, someone frantically kowtowed, their forehead hitting the stone slab with dull thuds, blood flowing down their cheeks, staining their entire face red. He cried and screamed, his voice changing pitch. "Speaker, I won't dare again. I really won't dare again. I'll be a good person. I'll return all the money. Please spare me this one time. Please." His voice was shrill and desperate, like a cornered beast struggling in its death throes. His eyes were full of tears, snot and blood mixed together, making him look utterly wretched. "Won't dare again. That means you've done it before." Chen Yu looked at him, his gaze without a ripple. "Won't dare again. That's because no one managed them before, no one investigated them, no one dared to touch them. They had done it for decades, for a lifetime, embezzling countless amounts and harming countless people. Now that they were caught, beaten, and about to die, they say they won't dare again. Too late." In response, Chen Yu kicked out. The kick came fast and fierce, carrying an unstoppable force, striking the war god's chest. Boom! A cloud of blood mist. Another person disappeared. Someone quickly spoke, their voice urgent and chaotic. "Speaker, I can return all the resources I took from the Federation. Not a single cent less. I promise. I have ledgers, I remember all the accounts clearly. Please give me a chance. I'll return everything." His eyes were filled with a desire to survive, his speech as rapid as a machine gun, afraid that if he spoke too slowly, he would be killed with a single punch. He had even thought about how to return it, where to start returning it, and what method to use. As long as he lived, anything was negotiable. "What were you doing before?" His response was a kick from Chen Yu. The kick was without any hesitation, swift and decisive. Boom! Another cloud of blood mist. And watching Chen Yu continuously kill people, the remaining living war gods finally couldn't sit still. They no longer held any illusions. They finally clearly understood at this moment. Chen Yu would not let them go. No matter how they begged for mercy, how they kowtowed, how they cried out, how they promised, Chen Yu would not soften his heart, would not show mercy, and would not let them go. Their fate was sealed from the beginning. Death. And facing an inevitable death, they completely erupted. Since begging for mercy was useless. Since crying out was useless. Since dying kneeling was the same as dying standing. Then it was better to die standing. At least dying standing could be a little more dignified. Chapter 48, The cleanup work must be done well. Fight him to the death. Someone shouted aloud, their voice laced with desperation and madness. This cry was like lighting the fuse of a powder keg, instantly igniting the last remnants of their survival instinct and fighting spirit. Over a dozen spirits and battle armors were released simultaneously. For a moment, the hall was illuminated as bright as day by the multicolored light of spirit power and battle armors. Some released massive tool spirits, some summoned formidable beast spirits, some had lightning coiling around their bodies, and others had flames beneath their feet. The lights of various spirit abilities intertwined, and the fluctuations of spirit power collided with one another, causing the entire hall to tremble. They wanted to seize a sliver of hope, wanting to fight for a way out with their final strength. But facing them was Chen Yu's punch, which felt like an ancient sacred mountain. Towering, heavy, and unstoppable. That was power that transcended this plane. That was the power belonging to a god. Boom! Over a dozen clouds of blood mist exploded simultaneously. The scene was as if a massive blood-colored flower had bloomed within the hall. Over a dozen war gods were obliterated in the same instant, turning into a sky full of blood mist that permeated the entire hall. The blood mist was so thick one could barely see their own fingers, and the smell of blood was so intense it made it impossible to breathe. All resistance was reduced to nothing under that punch. Their resistance, in front of Chen Yu, was like ants trying to shake a great tree, like moths flying into a raging fire, overestimating their own strength, pathetic and laughable. The hall fell silent. The blood mist slowly drifted down. It landed on the white jade surface of the council platform. It landed on the empty stone chairs. Chen Yu stood there, hands behind his back, his robe swaying slightly amidst the blood mist. At this moment, his expression was as calm as usual, as if it weren't he who had just killed dozens of people in a single breath, as if he had merely gone for a stroll or had a cup of tea. The war gods of the war god temple, all fallen. After cleansing the filth of the war god temple, Chen Yu picked up his communication spirit tool. He ordered General Yu Guanji and Secretary Pan Wen to bring the soldiers up to clean the room and take care of the finishing touches. His tone was as calm as water, as if it weren't he who had just killed dozens of war gods in those few breaths. On the other end of the communication device, General Yu Guanji's response was steady and brief. Yes, Speaker. Very quickly, footsteps came from the direction of the elevator. From afar to near, growing louder and louder. It was the sound of leather boots striking the metal floor, rhythmic and urgent, like a muffled war drum. General Yu Guanji walked in front, followed by Secretary Pan Wen, and behind them were the fully armed soldiers of the Central Legion. The moment they entered the War God Temple Hall, everyone stopped in their tracks. General Yu Guanji stood at the entrance of the hall, his gaze sweeping across the chaos. The air was filled with a thick, pungent smell of blood. On the ground, the white jade floor tiles had been dyed dark red by blood, and in some places, shallow pools of blood had even accumulated. General Yu Guanji's pupils shook. He was a soldier, a limit Douluo, a veteran who had seen countless instances of life and death and experienced countless battles. He had seen battlefields where blood flowed like rivers, and tragic scenes with corpses strewn across the fields, but he had never seen a scene like this. There were no corpses, only blood. Those war gods, those existences standing at the pinnacle of the continent, had just like that turned into cloud after cloud of blood mist, without even a chance to struggle. An indescribable shock welled up in his heart. If one day, Chen Yu were to make a move against him, General Yu Guanji dared not think further and hurriedly dispelled this thought from his mind. He was Chen Yu's man, he would always be loyal to Chen Yu, and Chen Yu would not make a move against him. He had to believe this. Secretary Pan Wen stood by General Yu Guanji's side. At this moment, his face was pale, his legs were trembling slightly, and the files in his hands almost slipped. He was just a civil servant, an ordinary person engaged in administrative and secretarial work. In his entire life, he had never seen such a bloody scene, let alone the fall of so many powerhouses. At this moment, the profiles of those war gods flashed rapidly through his mind. These people had been influential figures in the Federation for decades, behind every one of them stood a massive power, and each one possessed deep backgrounds and connections. And now they were all dead. They all died in this hall. They died at the hands of Chen Yu. Secretary Pan Wen gripped the files in his hands tightly, trying hard to calm himself down. He took a deep breath, inhaling the blood-scented air into his lungs, then slowly exhaled. He could not panic, and even less could he lose his composure. Chen Yu still needed him to get things done. The soldiers looked at Chen Yu with fervent gazes. Looking at the bloodstains all over the ground, there was no fear on the soldiers' faces, only a near devout worship. They watched Chen Yu standing there, his expression as calm as water, as if none of this had anything to do with him. That calmness, that demeanor of handling heavy things as if they were light, caused uncontrollable excitement to well up in their hearts. This was their speaker. This was the person who had improved their benefits. He was not one of those high and mighty politicians who only knew how to speak empty words. He was a true powerhouse, a true leader, a person who truly cared about them. Some soldiers gripped their spirit tool rifles tightly, their eyes glowing red, their hearts filled with excitement. They wished they could be like Chen Yu, to punch the heads of those parasites to pieces with one blow, to punch the heads of those who were sucking the blood of the Federation to pieces with one blow. At this moment, Chen Yu spoke slowly, his voice exceptionally clear in the silent hall. I have already cleared away the people. As for the rest, Secretary Pan Wen and General Yu Guanji, you two should conduct a thorough investigation. I hope to see a brand new war god temple in 1 week. His tone remained plain, as if he weren't entrusting them with a major matter concerning the future of the Federation, but rather an ordinary, everyday task. His gaze swept over Secretary Pan Wen and General Yu Guanji. Secretary Pan Wen and General Yu Guanji hurriedly lowered their heads respectfully, their voices uniform and forceful. Yes, Secretary Pan Wen was already calculating rapidly in his mind. 1 week, 7 days, 168 hours. He needed to completely clear out the remaining forces of the War God Temple, investigate all personnel connected to Chen Xinji and Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu, rebuild the management structure of the War God Temple, and select new war gods. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. But it was not impossible to complete. After all, he had Chen Yu's support. General Yu Guanji's thoughts were simpler. If Chen Yu said 1 week, then it was 1 week. Within 1 week, he would turn the War God Temple upside down. He would clear out everything that was unclean. At this moment, Chen Yu nodded slightly, shifted his gaze from the two, and swept it over those soldiers with fervent eyes. Immediately after, his figure disappeared via teleportation. The soldiers looked at the spot where Chen Yu had departed, unable to collect their thoughts for a long time. Meanwhile, at the Sea God Pavilion. At this moment, there was endless silence within the Sea God Pavilion. Inside the ancient wooden hall, people were seated on both sides of a long table, but no one spoke a word. Chapter 49, The Sea God Pavilion still kicking. A dead silence. It was like stagnant water. The elders sat in their respective seats. Some had their eyes closed, some stared at the ceiling, and some stared blankly at the wood grain on the table. They had also seen today's live broadcast. Since the morning, they had sat in the Sea God Pavilion, watching the entire process of that nationwide broadcast through the Soul Guidance screen. They watched Chen Xinji kneel on the judgment platform. They watched the prosecutor read out Chen Xinji's incriminating evidence one by one. They watched 30 LEVEL-9 Soul Guidance rays fire simultaneously, completely vaporizing Chen Xinji's body. Chen Xinji had died just like that. The dignified boundless sea Douluo, peak quasi-god, and war god temple hall master, was executed like a dog under the gaze of hundreds of millions of people. What was even more unacceptable to them was Supreme Elder Long Yeyu. Supreme Elder Long Yeyu's corpse had also been dragged out and exposed to the world. The masses looked at Supreme Elder Long Yeyu's corpse, pointing, whispering, and some even posted vicious comments and mockery on the Soul Guidance Network. Supreme Elder Long Yeyu, the Light and Dark Douluo, Grand Elder of Shrek Academy, and Elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. After her death, she was subjected to corpse desecration, humiliation, cremation, and her ashes were dumped into a cesspit. And this also had a huge impact on Shrek Academy's 10,000-year glory. In its 20,000 years, Shrek Academy had never suffered such humiliation. Their Grand Elder had been publicly judged, publicly humiliated, and after death, her ashes were not even given a proper burial. This was not just the disgrace of Supreme Elder Long Yeyu, but the disgrace of the entire Shrek Academy. Of course, what was even more serious was, Chen Xinji was dead, and Chen Yu was going to take action against the War God Temple. One of the tentacles that Shrek Academy had extended into the Federation was about to be completely severed. Don't look at the connection between Chen Xinji and their Shrek Academy as if it were only through Supreme Elder Long Yeyu. But don't forget, Chen Xinji was, after all, the clan chief of the Sea God family. The Sea God family had worshipped the Sea God for generations. And the thousand-hand Douluo Tang San, one of the original Shrek 7 devils, was the current Sea God. There had always been countless connections between the Sea God family and Shrek Academy. Every generation of the Sea God family's clan chief had more or less close dealings with Shrek Academy. So in reality, the relationship between Shrek Academy and Chen Shinji could be described as extremely close. And how much effort had Shrek Academy put in behind the scenes for Chen Shinji to reach his current position in the Federation? And how many connections had Shrek Academy used for Chen Shinji to become the War God Temple Hall Master? Also, how much help and protection had Chen Shinji provided to Shrek Academy over these years? These were all things that could not be brought to the table. But everyone knew it clearly. It was just that in the eyes of outsiders, they still needed to maintain a certain distance. Shrek Academy was Shrek Academy, and the Sea God family was the Sea God family. There was no direct subordinate relationship between the two, nor any public alliance agreement. This allowed Shrek Academy to maintain its transcendent status in the Federation, while also allowing the Sea God family to remain uninvolved in the War God Temple. But now, everything was ruined. Chen Shinji was dead. The War God Temple was going to be purged. The greatest ally and deepest tentacle of Shrek Academy in the Federation had been severed by Chen Yu with a single stroke. And the person who destroyed all of this was Chen Yu. Speak. Weren't you very talkative last night? Why is everyone mute today? Yun, Ming said irritably, his voice carrying obvious impatience and mockery. He sat in the main seat, his face as gloomy as water. His gaze swept across the elders on both sides of the long table. Those who were impassioned and making veiled criticisms last night were now all like ducks with their necks strangled, not making a sound, not even daring to breathe loudly. Although last night, the accusations of the elders had made him extremely angry. But now was not the time to dwell on this. With a great enemy at the gates, their infighting would only cause pain to their loved ones and joy to their enemies. Therefore, he now needed to unite all forces that could be united, and needed everyone's support and cooperation, rather than mutual accusations and shirking responsibility. Now, the Tang sect had been sealed, and sect master Zhang Xin had been arrested. The entire Tang sect had been uprooted. Then there was the War God Temple. Chen Shinji had been executed, and Chen Yu had personally gone to West Mountain to purge the War God Temple. Once the War God Temple was also purged, Shrek would completely lose any top-tier ally. As for the Spirit Pagoda, if it weren't for that slap from Supreme Elder Long Yeyu, they might still be able to stand on the same front as the Spirit Pagoda. But that slap didn't just hit Spirit Pagoda Master Chenggu Dieting's face, it hit the face of the entire Spirit Pagoda, and the face of the entire Chenggu family. Even if Spirit Pagoda Master Chenggu Dieting didn't flare up at the time. Even if this matter had been suppressed by Elder Bei. But the seeds of hatred had already been planted. Nowadays, it would be a blessing if Chenggu Dongfeng didn't hold them back. Let alone expecting him to extend a helping hand. And at this moment, facing Yunming's mockery, although the elders' gazes were gloomy, they also knew that now was not the time for infighting. Someone took a deep breath to suppress the dissatisfaction in their heart. No one spoke up to refute. And no one was as uninhibited as they were last night. Because they all knew that once Chen Yu turned his gaze towards them, Shrek, they had to join forces to fight the enemy together in order to protect Shrek. Of course, although everyone feared Chen Yu, it was just fear. Even if Shrek Academy had no allies left, even if the Tang sect was gone, the War God Temple was gone, and the Spirit Pagoda refused to help. But Shrek still had 20,000 years of foundation, countless powerhouses, and that final trump card. With Yunming's peak quasi-god cultivation, plus the trump card of the Golden Ancient Tree, he could completely unleash combat power at the level of a god. At that time, he could still suppress Chen Yu and restore Shrek's majesty. Only under normal circumstances, the power of the Golden Ancient Tree could not be used lightly. The Golden Ancient Tree was the foundation of Shrek Academy. It was a treasure watered by the lives of countless generations of Shrek Academy's powerhouses over the past 20,000 years. Its power was not infinite. Each use meant one less time. Each use meant it became one bit thinner. If it could be used casually, the Golden Ancient Tree would have been drained long ago, and there wouldn't be any power left today. Therefore, unless it was an absolute last resort, unless it was the final moment of life and death, the Golden Ancient Tree could not be used. This was the iron law of Shrek Academy for 20,000 years, and the ancestral precept that every generation of Sea God Pavilion Master must obey. At this time, Zhou Shi spoke up. In any case, we must protect Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu. After all, he is one of our Shrek people, and he is also the Deputy Hall Master of the War God Temple. As long as he is still alive, then the War God Temple will still be our Shrek's War God Temple. Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu was the most important chess piece that Shrek Academy had planted in the War God Temple. Moreover, he had operated in the War God Temple for decades and had a group of people loyal to him under his command. He also controlled a large amount of resources. Chapter 50. What do you mean all the war gods are dead? As long as Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu was still around, Shrek's influence over the War God Temple would not disappear completely. Furthermore, once the heat died down, they could once again establish their influence within the War God Temple. Upon hearing this, the elders nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with the statement. Some stroked their beards in contemplation, others nodded thoughtfully, and some murmured in agreement. Zhou Shi is right. Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu must be protected. This was the consensus among everyone present. But Chen Yu's strength is currently the greatest on the continent. How are we supposed to stop him? Another elder asked worriedly, his voice filled with obvious anxiety and unease. The image of Chen Yu severely injuring Sect Master Zhang Xin with a single punch was still lingering in his mind at this moment. That kind of power, that kind of speed, that domineering force that crushed everything, it made him feel a fear that penetrated deep into his marrow. What could they use to stop him? Should they use their lives to stop him? Zhou Shi spoke confidently, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly to reveal a smile of absolute certainty. Strength is strength. But even if Chen Yu's strength is the greatest on the continent, so what? Could it be that he would just go around killing innocent people? As long as we do a good job of covering our tracks. Then even if Chen Yu wants to cause trouble for the War God Temple, he won't be able to. Unless he dares to destroy his reputation for justice in the eyes of the commoners. Who knows, we might even be able to take the opportunity to smear his reputation and force him out of his position as Speaker of the Federal Parliament. His voice was full of confidence, as if everything was under his control. His plan was simple. Didn't Chen Yu want to investigate the War God Temple? Then let him investigate. As long as they destroyed all the evidence and cleaned up all the loose ends, Chen Yu wouldn't be able to find anything, and he would have no way to deal with the War God Temple. He couldn't just kill people for no reason, right? He couldn't just convict people without evidence, right? After all, he was the Speaker of the Parliament. He needed to maintain his image. He needed to care about public opinion. If he killed people indiscriminately, if he abused his power, would those commoners who supported him still support him? Would those soldiers who worshipped him still worship him? When Chen Yu found himself in a dilemma, that would be the time for them to strike back. They could mobilize public opinion, incite the masses, and paint Chen Yu as a dictator, a tyrant. When that time came, they wouldn't even need to make a move. The spit of the masses would drown Chen Yu, and the impeachment of the parliament would drive him from power. What a brilliant scheme. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. The light of hope reignited in their eyes. Zhou Shi's words allowed them to see a way out, the hope of a counterattack, and the possibility of turning the tables. As long as this scheme succeeded, by then, all problems would be solved. It didn't matter if Chen Xinji died, and it didn't matter if the War God Temple was gone. As long as they could drive Chen Yu from power, as long as they could let Shrek regain control of the Federation's discourse, then all the losses would be worth it. Just as everyone was planning to discuss the specific methods, an urgent voice rang out from outside the door. It's bad. It's bad. Something has happened to the War God Temple. The voice was sharp and hurried, carrying an undisguised panic and fear. The owner of the voice shouted while running, their footsteps chaotic and hurried, getting closer and louder. The expressions of the elders in the hall changed simultaneously. Something happened to the War God Temple. What happened? Hadn't Chen Yu only just gone up to West Mountain? Hadn't he only just started the investigation? Could it be? That was impossible. That was impossible. Ming stood up abruptly from the main seat, his aura as a peak quasi-god subconsciously releasing and shrouding the entire sea god pavilion in a suffocating pressure. His face was livid, and his fists were clenched tight. "Come in." His voice was low and hurried, carrying an irrepressible anger and tension. The door was pushed open violently, and a young Shrek disciple stumbled in, face pale, covered in sweat, eyes full of terror. He knelt on the ground, gasping for air, and it took a long time before he could squeeze out a complete sentence. "Pavilion Master, the War God Temple. The War Gods of the War God Temple are all dead." The entire room fell into a deathly silence. No one spoke, no one moved, and even the sound of breathing had stopped. Inside the Sea God Pavilion, it was terrifyingly quiet at this moment. Ming stood there like a statue. His face was written with disbelief. "All dead? What do you mean by all dead? What about Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu? Did Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu die too? Impossible. Impossible. Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu was the Deputy Hall Master of the War God Temple. How dared Chen Yu do this? What did you say?" Ming's voice was hoarse and low, as if squeezed from the depths of his throat. "Say it again." The disciple lay on the ground, not daring to lift his head, his voice trembling so much that he could barely speak a complete sentence. "Pavilion Master. The War God Temple, from Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu down to the lowest ranked War God. All of them were, by the speaker. No, by Chen Yu, killed. Not a single one left. Not a single one left." Ming's body swayed, his footing unstable, and he reached out to steady himself against the edge of the table so he wouldn't collapse. His face turned as pale as paper in an instant. He slowly sat back down in his chair, his movements stiff and slow, like an old man who had been instantly drained of all his strength. Not a single one left. Chen Yu didn't spare a single one. Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu was dead. All the war gods were dead. Shrek hadn't even had a chance to act yet. Everything was already over. The elders on both sides of the long table looked at each other, their expressions turning from shock to fear. Finally, from fear to despair. They had just been discussing how to protect Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu. How to make sure Chen Yu couldn't find any evidence. How to mobilize public opinion to drive Chen Yu from power. But now, Chen Yu had given them a resounding slap in the face. "I don't need evidence. Even if I just kill everyone directly. What can you do about it?" And at this moment, Zhou Shi's expression was the worst among everyone. He sat there, motionless. He had just confidently said, could it be that he would just go around killing innocent people? But Chen Yu had killed them. Not a single one left, killed them all completely. At this moment, Zhou Shi's whole body was trembling. He felt an anger after being crushed, ignored, and humiliated. But what good was his anger? What good were his schemes? What good was his confidence? In the face of Chen Yu's absolute power, all schemes were a joke. Ming sat in the main seat, closing his eyes. Inside the Sea God Pavilion, it fell into a deathly silence once again. ... And amidst everyone's silence, dawn broke. The morning light filtered in through the lattice windows of the Sea God Pavilion, dispelling the darkness in the hall inch by inch. The elders remained seated. From last night until this morning, they had sat like this, sitting for the entire night. At this moment, a heavy, oppressive, and suffocating atmosphere permeated the Sea God Pavilion. Give up. Someone thought this in their heart. Chapter 51. What does it mean to have a level 12 fixed soul guidance artillery shell aimed at Shrek? Anyway, everything was gone now. After all, Supreme Elder Long Yeyu was dead. Chen Shinji was dead. Yu Guan was also dead. What else could they do? What else could they resist? Their voices, in front of Chen Yu's fist, were worth nothing. Their schemes, in front of Chen Yu's madness, didn't even count as a joke. Just let things rot. Anyway, Chen Yu's target wasn't Shrek. Or, at least not for now. Although he kept cleaning up those parasites sucking blood from the Federation. But their Shrek, after all, had 10,000 years of glory, countless geniuses, and the golden ancient tree. Chen Yu wouldn't easily make a move against Shrek. At least they didn't think he would do it now. It was better to just go home. Cultivate if they needed to, eat if they needed to, sleep if they needed to. Anyway, when the sky falls, the tall ones hold it up. Ming was a peak quasi-god. If he wasn't worried, why should they be? And just as everyone was planning to go home and let things rot, suddenly, everyone's expression changed. That change happened without any warning. The second before, their faces were still tired and indifferent. The next second, every face turned pale at the same time. They suddenly felt a shiver. It was a shiver that surged from the depths of their soul. It was a fear born of instinct. It was as if something was approaching. Something was locking onto them. Something was about to completely wipe them from this world. That was the aura of death. Not good. Joshi was the first to react, springing up from his chair, his body turning into a stream of light as he rushed out of the Sea God Pavilion. Immediately after, dozens of figures shot into the sky at the same time. The elder sages and everyone in Shrek Academy, all the powerhouses above the rank of titled Douluo, made the same reaction in the same instant. They flew into midair. Then, they searched for the source of that aura of death. The elder sages rushed out of the Sea God Pavilion, flew into midair, and stood there. Their mental force spread in all directions, trying to capture the source of the shiver they felt. Then, they saw it. A high-altitude flying car was slowly approaching. The speed was neither fast nor slow, and the trajectory was straight and steady. The flying car was pitch black, without any markings, and even the windows were opaque black. But everyone present knew who the flying car belonged to. That was the exclusive vehicle of the Federation speaker. There was only one in the entire Federation. The flying car stopped above Shrek Academy, hovering in midair not far from the Sea God Pavilion. The hum of the engine was low and steady, and the airflow ejected from the exhaust formed a faint vortex in the morning light. Immediately, the car door opened. Secretary Pan Wen slowly stepped out. He was wearing a dark formal suit, his hair combed meticulously, and a faint smile on his face. He walked on air, his steps steady and composed. Don't let the fact that he was just a secretary fool you. But as the Federation Secretary General, his cultivation had also reached the realm of an 8-ring spirit Douluo. Therefore, walking on air was normal for him. Subsequently, he stopped about 20 meters away from the Shrek group, his gaze sweeping calmly over everyone present. His smile was just right. A standard, formulaic smile. At this moment, Joshi spoke sternly. There was an uncontrollable nervousness in his voice, and he even skipped the pleasantries. Secretary Pan Wen, what exactly are you trying to do? At this moment, the intuition in his mind was screaming warnings. That feeling was like having an invisible blade held to his neck, one that could cut at any moment. His mental force had been released to the limit, and his perception range covered the entire Shrek city. But he found nothing, he captured nothing. That aura that made him shiver was still there. But he couldn't find the source, couldn't find the direction, and couldn't find any specific threat. This was exactly what was most terrifying. And Secretary Pan Wen still had that formulaic smile on his face. As if he didn't see Joshi's livid face, and didn't hear his stern questioning. Immediately, Secretary Pan Wen spoke. Currently, the Federation's 3 level 12 fixed soul guidance artillery shells are all aimed at Shrek City. Boom. Everyone was instantly stunned. In that instant, everyone's mind went blank. They stood in midair, mouths slightly open, eyes wide, bodies stiff, as if they had been hit by a binding spell. They stared blankly at Secretary Pan Wen. Looking at that smiling face. What did it mean that 3 level 12 fixed soul guidance artillery shells were aimed at Shrek City? Did they hear that right? 3. You had to know, the Federation only had 4 level 12 fixed soul guidance artillery shells in total. Moreover, the Federation had already detonated one in front of the Sea God Pavilion elder sages of that generation. And now, the remaining 3 were all aimed at Shrek City. Although they hadn't experienced the power of a level 12 fixed soul guidance artillery shell, the Sea God Pavilion elder sages who had seen that first one had left a warning. If Shrek Academy did not have a god-level existence, they must not completely provoke the Federation. Otherwise, in these thousands of years, their Shrek would have long since sat on top of the Federation. Would they still be like this, constantly retreating, staying in Shrek City, watching the Federation grow stronger day by day, watching their own voice lose influence day by day? Wasn't it all because they feared the Federation's level 12 fixed soul guidance artillery shell? The power of that thing. was not something humans could withstand. But what was Secretary Pan Wen saying now? 3 level 12 fixed soul guidance artillery shells aimed at Shrek City. Had the Federation gone crazy? Once 3 level 12 fixed soul guidance artillery shells were detonated at the same time, everyone here would die. Not just them, the elder sages, but also all the teachers and students of Shrek Academy, as well as all the residents in Shrek City. Tens of millions of people, everyone would die. Did Chen Yu actually dare to defy the world and take the entire Shrek City down with them? Originally, they should have decisively believed that Chen Yu wouldn't dare. After all, once those 3 level 12 fixed soul guidance artillery shells were detonated, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Federation would not only lose the ultimate weapon that deterred other forces on the continent. Chen Yu would bear the eternal infamy of massacring tens of millions of people. The entire continent would even be shaken by it. But unfortunately, the impression Chen Yu had given them during this time was that of a madman, a complete and utter madman. A madman who attacked a 10,000-year family just because his fiancée ran off with someone. A madman who uprooted an entire sect because an ally committed treason. A madman who killed all the war gods because the war god temple didn't listen. Reason with a madman. Gamble that a madman wouldn't dare. They didn't dare to gamble. Because they had lost the bet too many times. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan lost the bet. The Tang sect lost the bet. The war god temple lost the bet. Every time they thought Chen Yu wouldn't dare. But every time, Chen Yu did it. Every time they thought Chen Yu would have scruples. But every time, Chen Yu didn't. So, they didn't dare to gamble anymore. Chapter 52, Is it necessary to use a level 12 fixed soul guidance artillery shell to collect a debt? At this moment, Ming spoke slowly. Speak, what exactly does Chen Yu want? He should know. As a peak quasi-god, if I want to run, a level 12 fixed soul guidance artillery shell cannot possibly hurt me. That was true. The power of a level 12 fixed soul guidance artillery shell was indeed terrifying, with a chance to even truly kill a god. But that thing had one fatal flaw: mobility. A level 12 fixed soul guidance artillery shell was not a homing missile. It could only fly according to a preset trajectory and could only attack targets within a fixed range. With his speed and reaction as a peak quasi-god, as long as he made a judgment at the moment the shell was fired, he could completely escape the kill zone before the explosion. Hearing this, Secretary Pan Wen smiled slightly. That smile was still formulaic, still just right, but at this moment, in the eyes of Ming, that smile was more blinding than any mockery. Has Ming forgotten? The 7-day deadline has arrived. 7 days. Ming was slightly stunned, his brows furrowed, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Immediately, his expression became increasingly ugly. He suddenly remembered. 7 days ago, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, Secretary Pan Wen had placed a thick stack of papers in front of him. It was the list of resource expenses for Yali over the past 30 years. And he, the sky-supporting Douluo, Sea God Pavilion Master, had patted his chest in front of everyone and said, "Fine. Isn't it just this little bit of money? I will pay it." He had even promised to pay it off within 7 days. But too many things had happened in the past few days. Tang sect was investigated, War God Temple was purged, Chen Shinji was executed, Yu Guan was killed. One thing after another. This had also caused him to completely forget about this matter. And the various elders also recalled the reason. Some widened their eyes, and the expressions on some faces changed from fear to absurdity. Their expressions were uglier than one another. Kai Yue stood in the crowd, the expression on her face the most colorful. First confusion, then recollection, then shock, and finally a kind of indescribable absurdity. She looked at Secretary Pan Wen in disbelief, her voice full of shock. You mean, because Ming didn't pay back Yali's expenses to the Federation? So, that guy Chen Yu, directly aimed 3 level 12 fixed soul guidance artillery shells at Shrek City. Her voice was trembling, but not because of fear, but because she was angry. Angry at this absurd to the extreme operation. Secretary Pan Wen nodded slightly, his smile remaining, his tone gentle and appropriate. Elder Kai, you are smart. Everyone was dumbfounded. No, Isn't it just owing a little bit of money? Although, this little bit of money was comparable to 200 years of expenses for their Shrek Academy. But that was not the point. The point was that you used a level 12 fixed soul guidance artillery shell to collect a debt. You used the ultimate weapon capable of killing gods to do debt collection. Was it necessary for Chen Yu to do this? Making it seem like they, Shrek, couldn't pay it back. Although, they actually couldn't pay it back. But this was not a question of whether they could pay it back or not. This was a question of attitude. This was a question of dignity. This was a question of 20,000 years of glory. At this moment, Yun Ming's face was extremely pale. His chest heaved violently, and his breathing was heavy. Secretary Pan Wen was still smiling as he looked at everyone. After a long time, Yun Ming let out a long sigh. That sigh carried anger, unwillingness, humiliation, and a deep sense of powerlessness. His eyes were bloodshot, and finally, he squeezed a few words through his teeth. We will pay. He was the sky supporting Douluo. He was a peak, quasi-god. He was the sea god pavilion master of Shrek Academy. In his entire life, he had never said such humiliating words. It had always been others begging him, fawning over him, and offering tributes to him. When was it his turn to bow his head and pay money? And it was paying money while having 3 level 12 fixed soul guidance artillery shells pointed at his head. But he could not refuse to pay. Because the person holding the artillery shells and pointing them at them was Chen Yu. A madman he could not defeat and could not afford to provoke. Hearing this, Secretary Pan Wen's smile deepened a bit. Immediately, he reached out and took out a silver metal box from his bosom, the size of a palm, entirely silver white. And as a military-grade spirit tool for storage, the internal space was extremely large. Secretary Pan Wen held the box in his palm, raised it slightly towards Yun Ming, his tone gentle and appropriate. I have already brought the spirit tool for storage. Yun Ming, please. That tone, that posture, was just like an ordinary debt collector urging an ordinary debt. But the words he said and the things he did were forcing a peak quasi-god to pay off 200 years of resource debts on the spot. Yun Ming looked at the silver-white box and felt it was extremely blinding. His gaze moved away from the box and looked at the elders behind him. The elders' expressions were extremely ugly. Some were pale, some were ashen-faced, and some lowered their heads, pretending not to see Yun Ming's gaze. They stood there like a row of frost-bitten eggplants, wilted and lifeless. It looked like Shrek Academy had a legacy of 20,000 years. This mere 200 years of resources was nothing. After all, with 20,000 years of accumulation, a deep foundation, and wealth rivaling a nation, 200 years of expenses were merely a drop in the bucket. This was Shrek Academy in the eyes of outsiders, and it was also the image Shrek had always wanted to show to outsiders. But the problem was, resources are consumables. As long as people consume them, resources cannot increase. 20,000 years of accumulation was true. But over these 20,000 years, how many people had been consuming these resources? Every generation of students, every generation of teachers, every generation of elders, and even every generation of pavilion masters. Everyone was eating from this bowl. Everyone was taking grain from this granary. And having eaten for 20,000 years, even the largest granary would hit the bottom. Not to mention, Shrek was an academy, not a family. The nature of an academy determined that it must use resources on the students. Admissions required resources, training required resources, cultivation required resources, and assessments required resources. Every batch of students needed to consume resources. Even if it was very little, it was still consumed. One batch of students consumes a little, then over 20,000 years, how many batches of students were there? It was countless. Not to mention, the past Sea God Pavilion elders and even the pavilion masters themselves had to use them, right? Their friends and relatives also had to use them, right? Those titled Douluo, limit Douluo, which one of them wasn't piled up with heaven and earth treasure? Those spirit tools, forward battle armor, which one of them wasn't forged with rare metals? You use a little, he uses a little. You take a little, he takes a little. Just what kind of vast resources could afford them to use it like this? Even, to say something unpleasant, Shrek Academy's resource inventory might not even be as much as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan that Chen Yu had previously wiped out. There was no way around it. This kind of family was the best at hoarding resources. A family was one household. Resources were all hoarded together by everyone. But they only let the main branch use them. Chapter 53, A Little Flexibility. Collateral branches. Different surnames. Those are outsiders, not worthy of using it. Passing it down generation after generation, saving for 20,000 years. Wouldn't that have accumulated? And what about Shrek Academy? It runs an open-door policy. Whoever comes must use it, and once used, it must be spent. With money coming in and going out like this, how could it ever accumulate? Besides, under normal circumstances, even if they were reluctant, they would just give it. After all, as their 10,000-year ally, Tang Sect, they are extremely good at making money. For example, Xuanxi Tang Sect Technology Company, Limited and others are all enterprises that rake in money daily. The Tang Sect has branches all over the Federation. Spirit tool business, various investments. The annual profit is an astronomical figure. And every year, the Tang Sect would take out a large sum of money and send it to Shrek in the name of sponsorship. Although Shrek Academy once had caravans. Even shops like the Treasure Appraisal Fair that gathered many precious treasures from the continent. But with the changing of times, these things have long been buried in the long river of history. Otherwise, in the original work, Tang Wulin, as the grand disciple of Zhou Shi, would have been qualified to go to the Treasure Appraisal Fair. The reason he didn't go was because it was already gone. Those once glorious industries, those once profitable businesses, either squandered by unfilial descendants, eliminated by the times, or cannibalized by other forces. Today's Shrek. Besides this city, this tree, and this building, what else is there? Therefore, today's Shrek Academy is entirely supported by the Federation and the Tang Sect. The Federation provides annual appropriations, the Tang Sect provides annual sponsorship. These two legs have always supported the operation of Shrek Academy. Of course, if we go back another 100 years, there was also the Spirit Pagoda supporting it. At that time, the Spirit Pagoda would also send large amounts of resources every year. But now, the Federation no longer provides resources. The Tang Sect has been sealed off by Chen Yu, let alone the Spirit Pagoda. Because of that slap from Supreme Elder Long Yeyu, they had long since broken ties. Thus, the three legs were snapped one by one. So, the Academy is poor. Ridiculously poor. If this resource were really given away, their standard of living would collapse instantly. For an elder of Zhou Shi's level, there is a daily quota of spirit beast meals, and even 10,000-year spirit beast meals. You must know, the feast cooked with the meat of a 10,000-year spirit beast, containing rich life energy, is of great benefit to cultivate. But after giving it away, being able to have a 10-year spirit beast meal, would be the Academy being frugal. But a 10-year spirit beast and a 10,000-year spirit beast, can they be the same? For these elders, it's no different from eating chaff and swallowing vegetables. The other elders are no better off. Some are used to bathing in rare medicinal herbs to cultivate every day, others are used to taking a drop of 1,000-year spiritual liquid every week. And these habits are all piled up with massive amounts of resources. Therefore, once the resources are cut off, not only will their speed to cultivate plummet, but their combat power will also decline. Thinking of this, the hearts of the elders are dripping blood. And Yun Ming, seeing that the elders were silent, could also guess their thoughts. Does he not want to give? He doesn't want to give either. He is the Sea God Pavilion Master, he is a peak quasi-god, his consumption is greater than anyone else's. His daily cultivate, his battle armor maintenance, his spirit nourishment, which one doesn't require resources. Which one is not an astronomical figure. Giving this money, his plan to cultivate will be delayed by at least 10 years. He doesn't want to give either. But there is no other way. 3 whole level 12 fixed soul guidance artillery shells, aimed right at Shrek City, aimed right at their heads. Although he is confident he can escape. With the speed of a peak quasi-god, in the few seconds from the shell's launch to landing, he could completely run out of the kill range. But what if he escapes? He is the Sea God Pavilion Master. He can run, but can the Academy run? Can the students and teachers run? Can the tens of millions of residents of Shrek City run? He can run for a moment, but can he run for a lifetime? Moreover, what if Chen Yu takes action? That guy can pin Supreme Elder Long Yeyu to death with one spear, heavily injure Chen Xinji with one punch, and slap Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu to death with one palm. Even if he is a peak quasi-god. In front of Chen Yu, it's just a matter of one punch. Run. No matter how fast he runs, can he be faster than Chen Yu's fist? Wouldn't he still have to kneel all the same? So, pay it back. At least it's paid back. At least he can save his life, save the Academy, and save his last bit of dignity. But at this moment, Joshi gritted his teeth and took half a step forward. He looked at Yun Ming, then at Secretary Pan Wen, his facial expression shifting uncertainly. Finally, he took a deep breath and spoke in a subservient tone that even he felt was unfamiliar. Secretary Pan, could you possibly allow for a little more time? Joshi's voice was very low, so low that almost only he could hear it. His face flushed red. It was the red of shame, the red of humiliation. He is Joshi, a level 96 Super Douluo, one person below and 10,000 above in Shrek Academy. He had never been so subservient in his life. Even when facing the former Speaker of the Federation, even when facing the Spirit Pagoda Master, he had never lowered his head. But now, he had to lower his head to a secretary. But for the sake of his future life, he had no choice but to lower his head. And facing such a deadbeat, Secretary Pan Wen slowly picked up his spirit tool communicator, his movements unhurried, his posture elegant and composed. He raised the communicator to his ear, his thumb hovering above the dial key, looking at Joshi with a smile. The smile was still formulaic, still just right, but at this moment, in Joshi's eyes, that smile was even more terrifying than a demon's grin. Elder Zhou, I do not have the authority to grant your request. Why don't I ask Chen Yu for you? Secretary Pan Wen's tone was gentle and sincere, as if it were truly just a small request for instructions. Instantly, Joshi was stunned. His face turned deathly pale instantly. His body subconsciously took half a step back. A scene appeared in his mind. Chen Yu receiving the call, hearing that he wanted to ask for flexibility, then calmly saying, "Oh," and then blasting over with a punch. No, 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 he didn't want that. He didn't want to die. No need. Don't. Joshi waved his hands hurriedly, waving them very fast. His voice was hurried and flustered, carrying an undisguised fear and panic. I don't need flexibility. No more asking for flexibility. I'll pay it back today. I'll pay it back today. Afraid that Secretary Pan Wen would actually make that call. He did not want to replace Yun Ming and face the wrath of that god of slaughter, Chen Yu. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is gone, the Tang sect is gone, the War God Temple is gone, Deputy Hall Master Guan Yu is dead, Chen Xinji is dead. He didn't want to be the next one. Secretary Pan Wen smiled and put the communicator back into his pocket, his movements still unhurried, as if nothing had happened. Then, Yun Ming, please. He looked calmly at Yun Ming. Chapter 54, The Empty Warehouse, The Suppressed Realm. Yun Ming's face was ashen. He looked at that box. He wished he could just smash it to pieces with one punch. But he knew he couldn't. Unless he wanted to die. Let's go. To the warehouse. The elder masters looked at each other, some shook their heads and sighed, some lowered their heads in silence, and some clenched their fists. But none of them dared to object. Because they could not afford the price of opposition. Thus, Yun Ming took the lead and flew toward the Shrek Academy warehouse. His silhouette stretched long and thin in the morning light, carrying an indescribable sense of loneliness and desolation. Secretary Pan Wen followed at a leisurely pace. In his hand, that silvery white box refracted a cold, sharp light under the sun. A moment later, Secretary Pan Wen departed. The black high-altitude flying vehicle slowly drove away from the sky above Shrek Academy, growing smaller and smaller. Finally, it disappeared into the horizon in the northwest. The morning light remained bright, and the breeze continued to blow gently. But the atmosphere in the open space in front of the Sea God Pavilion was as heavy as if a giant boulder were pressing down on it. Yunming and the group of Sea God Pavilion Elder Masters stood in front of the warehouse door, looking at the empty warehouse with a dazed expression. Since the founding of Shrek Academy, perhaps this was the first time the Academy's warehouse had been emptied so thoroughly. Those heaven and earth treasure that had been passed down for 20,000 years, those supplies accumulated bit by generations of predecessors, those rare medicinal herbs collected from all over the continent. All gone. Box after box, all packed by Secretary Pan went into that palm-sized silver box. The warehouse was huge, large enough to hold a small mountain. The warehouse was empty, so empty that even the echoes seemed lonely. On the ground, thick dust was exposed. It was ground that had been covered by countless boxes and shelves for who knows how many years. Dust danced in the sunlight, fine and powerless, like the settling of an era. An elder master stood at the warehouse door, looking at the empty space, his eyes rimmed with red. Someone turned away, unable to bear looking any longer. Someone closed their eyes and took a deep breath, as if trying hard to suppress something. 20,000 years. Shrek's warehouse had never been this empty. Even during the most difficult times. During the most turbulent years. During the most tragic wars. The warehouse always had some emergency stock at the bottom of the crates. But now, nothing was left. Everything had been moved away. Just because their pavilion master's woman had spent too much money. Just because that madman Chen Yu had pointed 3 level 12 fixed soul guidance artillery shell at their heads. Empty. So empty it made one want to cry. At this moment, Yali came to Yunming's side. She was wearing a plain-colored long dress, her long hair draped softly over her shoulders, her face gentle and exquisite. Her eyes were slightly red, as if she had just cried, or perhaps as if she were holding back tears. She looked up, gazing at Yunming's tired and pale face, and called out softly. "Brother Ming." The voice was light, soft, and carried a vulnerability that tugged at the heartstrings. Yunming snapped out of it, withdrew his gaze from the empty warehouse, and looked at Yali beside him. He forced a smile onto his face, but it was strained and stiff. There was no mirth in his eyes, only exhaustion and bitterness. "Yali." His voice was low and hoarse, even carrying a sense of detachment he hadn't realized himself. At this moment, Yunming didn't know why he suddenly couldn't bring himself to be happy. He should have been happy. Yali was still by his side and hadn't left him because of this turmoil. He should have been happy. Although the money was lost. But the person was still there, and the future was still there. But he didn't know why. He couldn't be happy. He looked at Yali's gentle face, looked at her slightly red eyes, and a feeling he couldn't name or describe welled up in his heart. He had paid with 200 years of the Academy's resources and gained the dissatisfaction and resentment of all the elder masters. He had sacrificed so much, all for Yali. But now he couldn't feel any joy. He didn't know what was wrong with him. At this time, Yali's eyes reddened slightly, tears swirling in her eyes but not falling. She bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. "Brother Ming, you don't blame me, do you?" Her voice carried a cautious probing, filled with a pitiful vulnerability. Her eyes looked straight at Yunming, full of reliance and trust, as if in her world, Yunming was everything. Yunming hurriedly shook his head, his movements quick and wide, as if afraid Yali would misunderstand. "No, how could I blame you?" His voice was hurried and sincere, carrying an unquestionable firmness. He had already lost 200 years of Shrek Academy's resources. He absolutely could not lose Yali as well. Otherwise, he would really cry. Now, the resources were gone, and the allies were gone too. And if Yali also left him, then he would truly have nothing left. Yali was moved and threw herself into Yunming's arms. Her arms wrapped around Yunming's waist, her face pressed against his chest, her whole body nestled in his embrace. Her shoulders trembled slightly, as if she were crying silently. That posture, that action, caused the cold place in Yunming's heart to warm up slightly. But in a place Yunming couldn't see. Yali's gaze was icy. Those gentle, tear-filled eyes, under lowered lids, had become a pool of stagnant water. That pool of stagnant water had no temperature, no emotion, only a calculation and scrutiny that were cold to the extreme. The corners of her mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc. It wasn't a smile, it was triumph, satisfaction, a hunter's control over its prey. Did she love Yun Ming? She loved him, but not that much. Otherwise, in the original plot, Yun Ming wouldn't have had to wreak havoc in the federal capital, Ming City, and defeat a group of powerhouses just to forcibly take her away. And her choosing Yun Ming in this timeline was just because she felt he could bring her greater benefits. After all, she was already a limit Douluo. A level 99 limit Douluo, standing at a height that the vast majority of Spirit Master could never reach in their entire lives. Further up was the quasi-god, or even a deity. That was the realm she dreamed of. She wanted to become a god. She wanted to obtain eternal life. But for some reason, given her current reputation in the Federation, theoretically, the power of faith she obtained should have been able to forcefully push her to the realm of a peak quasi-god. After all, only hearing of the Saint Spirit, not knowing the Sea God. This sentence was never an exaggeration, it was a fact. Billions in annual promotional funding, overwhelming positive coverage, and the gratitude of countless people she had saved. Her power of faith was vast and pure. Enough to easily push any limit Douluo to the height of a demigod or even a quasi-god. But she happened to be stuck. Her realm seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall. No matter how hard she tried, how she chose to cultivate, or how she absorbed the power of faith, that wall remained unmoved. Chapter 55, Abolishing the Faith in the Holy Spirit Douluo. It was as if an invisible hand had been suppressing her realm all along. She did not know who that hand belonged to. Nor did she know why that hand wanted to suppress her. Therefore, in order to seek a higher realm, she chose to abandon Chen Yu and threw herself into the embrace of Shrek. Shrek had the golden ancient tree, had 10,000 years of accumulation, and had Yun Ming, a peak quasi-god. She believed that here, she could find the opportunity for a breakthrough and the path to becoming a god. In the end, she was also surprised to discover her realm had begun to loosen. That invisible wall that had suppressed her for many years had actually disappeared. Consequently, her cultivation began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, improving by leaps and bounds every day. 7 days. Just 7 days. Her realm had loosened significantly. Moreover, if given another half a year, she might even be able to become a quasi-god. Therefore, her judgment was correct. Her choice was correct. Thus, she decisively joined Shrek Academy and threw herself into the embrace of Yun Ming. It was just a pity. She still did not know the reason why her realm had been suppressed. This left her with no choice but to stay within Shrek Academy, not daring to leave, and even not daring to think too much about it. Meanwhile, seeing that Yali still firmly chose him, Yun Ming was moved to the extreme. He lowered his head, looking at the slightly trembling figure in his arms, and a warm current surged in his heart. She had not been scared away by those 3 level 12 shells, nor had she been scared away by the cold stares of those elder masters. She was still here. She was still by his side. At this moment, Yun Ming secretly swore to himself. He would have to treat Yali even better in the future. Meanwhile, the elder masters watching the two of them from the side had a flicker of disgust in their eyes. Kai Yuee stood at the edge of the crowd, watching the figures of Yun Ming and Yali embracing, a cold sneer curling at the corners of her mouth. That smile carried mockery and disdain. She could tell that Yun Ming was now completely wrapped around this woman's finger. 200 years of resources, exchanged for an embrace, exchanged for the words, "I do not blame you." Was it worth it? In the eyes of Yun Ming, perhaps it was worth it. But in her eyes, this was simply a huge joke. The eyes of the other elder masters were also full of disgust. Some snorted coldly, some shook their heads, and some turned and left directly. The way they looked at Yali was like looking at a femme fatale, a harbinger of disaster, the culprit who dragged Shrek Academy into the abyss. If it weren't for her, Yun Ming would not have forged enmity with Chen Yu. If it weren't for her, Shrek would not have lost the resource support of the Federation. And the root of all this, it was all because of this woman. But they did not speak up to accuse her. Because it was useless to say anything now. The resources had already been given away. What could accusing Yali accomplish? Could it make those resources come back? Could it resurrect those allies? Or could it make Shrek Academy return to how it was before? It could not. Therefore, they just left in silence. Although the Academy's resources were gone, they still had a little bit of resources in their hands. As Sea God Pavilion Elder Masters, as powerhouses standing at the pinnacle of the continent, who didn't have some private stash? Who didn't have some savings hidden at the bottom of the chest? The resources distributed from the Academy over those years, the treasures obtained from various channels, and the heaven and earth treasure they had saved up. Adding all these together, it was also not a small amount. Therefore, their lives would not be affected in the short term. They could eat what they should eat and drink what they should drink. Of course, looking at the long term, they still had to find other channels to obtain resources as soon as possible. Without the Federation's funding and the Tang sect's sponsorship, Shrek Academy was like a weaned infant, having to find its own food. Perhaps they could restart trade caravans, perhaps they could start industries, perhaps they could cooperate with some small and medium-sized forces. But regardless, they had to find a way to live comfortably. Meanwhile, Ming City, Parliament Building. At this moment, Chen Yu was sitting behind his office desk, holding a cup of clear tea, his gaze calmly looking at the distance outside the window. His demeanor was calm and indifferent, as if the turbulent world outside had nothing to do with him, merely an insignificant passing cloud. Secretary Pan Wen stood in front of the office desk, his posture respectful. And in his hands, he was holding that metal box. Inside it were the resources accumulated by Shrek Academy over 200 years, countless heaven and earth treasure, rare metals, precious medicinal herbs, the foundation of a 10,000-year academy. Speaker, the resources of Shrek Academy have all been recovered. Secretary Pan Wen's voice was steady and respectful, as he handed the box forward with both hands. Chen Yu's gaze withdrew from outside the window, falling on the silver-white box, lingering for a moment. There was no joy in his eyes. That gaze was as flat as if he were looking at a stone, an unimportant piece of clutter. Because, these resources, for him, did not have much significance. With his current strength and status, with his control over all the resources of the Federation, these 200 years of savings of Shrek, although they were an astronomical figure in the eyes of outsiders, in his eyes, they were merely icing on the cake. These things, thrown into his private laboratory, wouldn't even make a splash. Therefore, Chen Yu said indifferently, "Send it to the laboratory." His tone was casual and natural, as if it were not a fortune that could drive any force crazy, but a tiny, insignificant bit of resources. Secretary Pan Wen nodded respectfully, taking the box back into his arms. Yes. Immediately, Secretary Pan Wen was about to retreat. At this moment, Chen Yu's voice sounded again. "Since it has been returned, then things are settled between us. Go tell the propaganda department that they can tear down all the statues of the Holy Spirit Douluo. And that propaganda can also stop. As for the previous propaganda, just ban it all. Also, stop all factories related to the Holy Spirit Douluo, such as toy factories, paper mills, and so on." His speaking speed was neither fast nor slow, as if he were assigning a most ordinary task. But every word that fell was like a huge boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. Secretary Pan Wen's body stiffened slightly, his footsteps pausing. He turned around, a flash of shock in his eyes. One had to know. The previous way of promoting belief in gods was all through word of mouth from forces like Shrek and Tang sect. Those forces with 10,000 years of legacy, relying on word of mouth and the inheritance of generations, were slowly and arduously spreading the belief in gods. Therefore, most people were actually non-believers. They had no concept of those high and mighty gods, no feelings, and did not even know of their existence. But Chen Yu's method of propaganda was eye-opening. He was not just doing propaganda, but more like conducting a cultural project covering the entire Federation. Like toys, figurines, action figures, and dolls of the Holy Spirit Douluo could be seen everywhere, from high-end shopping malls in Ming City to street stalls in remote towns. Chapter 56 Dried Up Power of Faith. It was like books. The biographies, art albums, and picture books of Holy Spirit Douluo were printed in the tens of millions, from hardcover collector's editions to paperback mass-market versions. It was like a virtual character. Holy Spirit Douluo's images, soul guidance screen animations, and interactive games were everywhere, from the giant screens on the streets to individual soul guidance communicators. The variety was immense, the methods novel, and the coverage extensive. That was how, in a mere 30 years, it directly suppressed the faith of Sea God and a host of other gods until almost no one remembered them. Those names of gods that had been passed down for 10,000 years, those faiths that had once been deeply rooted in people's hearts. In the face of this combination of blows from Chen Yu, they were instantly shattered. The federal citizens of today. When Sea God is mentioned, the first reaction is, who is that? And when Holy Spirit is mentioned, it is with a face full of worship and gratitude. It could be said that Chen Yu canceling all of this meant that he had absolutely no feelings left for Yali. And Secretary Pan Wen, having been by Chen Yu's side for many years, knew all too well the meaning behind this propaganda. It wasn't just resource investment, it was heart and soul, a kingdom meticulously crafted by a man for a woman. For 30 years, the speaker used his own power and resources to push Yali from an ordinary healing-type soul master onto the altar of Holy Spirit Douluo, making her a saint, an angel, and a savior in the hearts of the federal citizens. And now, the speaker was going to personally put an end to all of this. Those Holy Spirit Douluo statues standing in the squares of major federal cities. Those propaganda posters spread throughout the streets and alleys. Those toy factories, paper mills, and printing plants. All were to cease operations. This meant that, from now on, there would no longer be any traces of the Holy Spirit within the Federation. Those images that were once looked up to by hundreds of millions of people would completely vanish from people's sight. The channels through which Yali obtained the power of faith would also be completely severed. Secretary Pan Wen also immediately understood how to deal with this Holy Spirit Douluo from now on. From today on, she was no longer the speaker's fiancée, no longer the Federation's Holy Spirit Douluo, no longer that privileged and revered woman. She was just an ordinary limit Douluo, a woman who had once been the speaker's fiancée, a person who had chosen to betray the speaker and throw herself into the arms of Shrek. For such a person, no special treatment was needed, not even a second glance. Secretary Pan Wen took a deep breath, then, suppressing the stormy waves in his heart, lowered his head respectfully. Yes. He turned and walked toward the door. Chen Yu picked up his teacup, took a light sip, and his gaze returned to the horizon outside the window. The sunlight was just right, the breeze not too dry. The sky of Ming City was clear as if washed, with not a cloud for 10,000 miles. In the distance, on the square in front of the Parliament building, that 10-jong-high statue of Holy Spirit Douluo was shining brilliantly in the sunlight, the white jade material refracting a soft glow. The statue's face was gentle and kind, overlooking the passing pedestrians. But soon, it would be dismantled. Chen Yu withdrew his gaze, his expression calm as water. Soon, under Secretary Pan Wen's constant supervision, traces of Holy Spirit Douluo throughout the Federation were being rapidly erased. From Ming City to Star Luo, from the shores of the East Sea to the western border towns, one statue of Holy Spirit Douluo after another was dismantled, one propaganda poster after another was torn down, and one book after another related to her was recalled. Engineering teams began working day and night, cutting and disassembling those massive stone statues. Those Holy Spirit Douluo statues that once stood in city squares, school playgrounds, and in front of hospitals collapsed with a roar amidst the noise, turning into piles of rubble and scrap metal. At the same time, toy factories, printing plants, and handicraft factories related to Holy Spirit Douluo all ceased operations. Dolls that had not yet been assembled on the production lines were boxed and sealed. Books and art albums piled up like mountains in warehouses were transported to designated destruction centers. Various goods printed with the image of Holy Spirit Douluo were removed from shelves and disappeared from the public eye forever. And in order to prevent this massive channel of power of faith from the federal citizens from being seized by others, Secretary Pan Wen also chose to replace the Holy Spirit Douluo statues with those of Chen Yu. This decision was made decisively and quickly, because he knew all too well the value of the power of faith. Once the Holy Spirit Douluo's faith channel became vacant, other forces would inevitably want to fill this void. Rather than letting others reap the rewards, it was better to directly put up the speaker's image. After all, the speaker was the leader of the Federation and a hero in the hearts of the people. Erecting his statues and promoting his deeds was justified and logical. Thus, in the places where the Holy Spirit Douluo statues had been dismantled, Chen Yu's statues were erected one by one. The new statues used the same pedestals, the same materials, and the same craftsmanship, just with a different person. Chen Yu's image was tall and dignified, his deep gaze looking into the distance, as if watching over the future of the Federation. The recalled books and art albums were also rewritten, with the protagonist changed from Holy Spirit Douluo to the speaker, recounting his legendary journey from walking out of the slums to climbing step by step to the position of speaker. And when Chen Yu learned of this, he just smiled indifferently. He walked the path of proving the Tao with strength. The power of faith was of no use to him. His power came from himself, from the tempering of his body, and from his comprehension of the law. Those ethereal power of faith were, to him, just dispensable embellishments, having them added nothing, and losing them subtracted nothing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have generously given them all to Yali. For 30 years, he had racked his brains to build power of faith channels for Yali, spending huge resources to promote her deeds. It was not because he needed the power of faith, but because he wanted to make her stronger and help her live longer. That was his sentiment for her, his care for the little sister who had walked out of the slums with him. But now, everything was different. Meanwhile, Shrek Academy, on Sea God Island. The island was filled with ancient trees reaching the sky, and the spiritual chi was dense. It was an excellent place for cultivate. And the residence where Yali cultivate was located on the east side of Sea God Island, an exquisite and quiet small courtyard. Pushing open the window, one could see the rippling blue water of the lake. At this moment, Yali, who was meditating, suddenly opened her eyes, a trace of doubt flashing through them. She sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, her body still surrounded by a faint golden light. And this was the power of faith. But at this moment, those golden lights were dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like a stream that had lost its source, drying up bit by bit. She did not know what had happened. She immediately closed her eyes and once again sank her mental force into that golden ocean. And in her perception, the golden river formed by the once massive power of faith was beginning to dry up at an extremely fast speed. The power of faith that had once been continuous and flowing endlessly now only had some remaining tributaries left, thin and weak, like the water left in a depression after a rainstorm. Chapter 57, a choice made entirely for profit. At this moment, facing this situation, Yali also began to lose her composure. She stood up and paced back and forth in the room. The gentleness and composure of the past were gone from her face, replaced by anxiety and unease. She had abandoned Chen Yu and chosen Shrek precisely for the sake of a breakthrough to a higher realm. For this, she had discarded the man who had dedicated 30 years to her, cast aside the honor of being the speaker's fiancé, and abandoned her status as the Federation's #1 healing-type soul master. But if she still could not achieve a breakthrough, then why did she come to Shrek? Was it because she thought her reputation was too good? Moreover, having walked step by step from a little girl in the slums to where she was today, how much had she sacrificed? How much had she given up? Therefore, she could not fail. And she certainly could not let her choice become a joke. Thus, she intended to go out and see. To see what exactly was happening outside. She needed to know why the power of faith had suddenly begun to disappear. At this moment, Ming entered. He pushed the door open, stood at the entrance, and looked at Yali's anxious face, looking as if he had something to say but was hesitating. This caused a bad premonition to suddenly rise in Yali's heart. But she still took a deep breath, suppressed the panic in her heart, and a gentle smile reappeared on her face as she said softly, "Brother Ming." The voice was still soft and gentle, carrying a power that made people feel at ease. But only she knew what lay behind that voice. At this moment, Ming gave a bitter smile. He struggled for a moment, then finally said softly, "Yali, something has happened in the Federation recently, and I think you probably can't cultivate anymore. So I came to tell you." Yali frowned, but still said softly, "What happened, Brother Ming?" Her voice was still gentle. But at this moment, her heart had already sunk to the bottom. Immediately, Yun Ming took a deep breath, as if he had made a great resolution, and said word by word. "Chen Yu has issued an order to abolish the Federation's faith in the Holy Spirit Douluo." Boom! Yali's face changed drastically. In that instant, the gentleness, composure, and calmness on her face all shattered into dust. Her face turned deathly pale, and she stood frozen on the spot, motionless, as if struck by lightning. At this moment, she instantly understood the reason why her power of faith had been decreasing recently. It was Chen Yu. It was he who had cut off all of her channels for the power of faith. It was he who had destroyed everything she had with his own hands. Damn it! She had calculated everything, but she had not calculated that Chen Yu would be so disregardful of their past affection and treat her like this. She thought that even if she had chosen Yun Ming, and even if she had hurt Chen Yu's heart, Chen Yu would not push her to the brink. After all, they had more than 30 years of affection. After all, he had once protected her, doted on her, and given everything for her. She thought that 30 years of affection was at least worth some decency. But she was wrong. Chen Yu was far more decisive and cold-blooded than she had thought. Immediately, Yali walked towards the door. She wanted to see Chen Yu and have it out with him. She wanted to ask him why he would treat her like this. Why would he destroy everything she had? Why would he be so ruthless? At this moment, Yun Ming spoke subconsciously. "Yali, where are you going?" Yali stopped, but did not turn back. She was silent for a moment, then said softly, "I'm going out for a walk." As she spoke, she turned into a streak of light and shot into the sky. That light carried the golden power of faith. But it was much dimmer than before, like a meteor about to burn out, dragging a faint tail of light as it disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind Yun Ming, whose gaze suddenly became deep and unfathomable. He stood at the door, watching the streak of light disappear into the horizon, his expression changing from worry to contemplation, and then from contemplation to an indescribable complexity. His eyes were deep and gloomy, like a bottomless pool of black water, calm on the surface, with undercurrents surging beneath. He could actually guess that Yali was going to find Chen Yu. Based on his understanding of Yali and his judgment of this matter, the only thing she could do right now was to go find Chen Yu. But he was also happy to see it happen, because he also needed Yali's power of faith. Yes, Yali's power of faith. You must know, the power of faith is related to the realm of divinity. And in this world suppressed by the plane's will, wanting to become a divinity, it is almost impossible to rely solely on one's own cultivation. A peak quasi-god is the limit. And taking one more step forward would mean touching the ceiling of the plane, being repelled and suppressed by the plane's will. But the power of faith is different. The power of faith comes from the convergence of the thoughts of countless people. It is a power that is not suppressed by the plane's will. As long as one possesses a sufficiently vast power of faith, one can bypass the restrictions of the plane, create one's own God position, and achieve divinity. And as long as he establishes a husband and wife status with Yali, he can share her massive power of faith. Husband and wife are one, sharing honor and disgrace, with their faith connected. As long as Yali is his wife, he can share her power of faith and use it to condense his own God position and break through the plane's restrictions. Therefore, Yali is his ladder to heaven. Therefore, once Yali loses her source of the power of faith, for him, it would mean his path forward is cut off. And the reason he chose to approach Yali, and even went to the extent of becoming enemies with Chen Yu, to snatch her away, was for the power of faith on her. If those powers of faith were gone, then Yali would have lost almost all value to him. He would not even have any need to obtain Yali at all. And in the original work, Yun Ming obtained Yali more than 30 years earlier than in this timeline, and shared her power of faith. Therefore, when he appeared in the original work, his strength was already that of a half-step divinity, with the cultivation of a peak quasi-god and a self-created god position. It gave him the powerful strength to easily crush any opponent. After all, the law power exclusive to a divinity is a dimensional strike against others. This is also why after Yun Ming died, Yali's cultivation broke through instantly. Because at that time, there was no one left who could take away her power of faith. Those powers of faith that had originally been taken away by Ming all flowed back to Yali after his death, forcibly pushing her to a higher realm. But in the timeline where Chen Yu is, everything is different. Because Yali is Chen Yu's fiancé, this has meant that Ming has only been able to drool while watching the massive power of faith on Yali all this time. He watched as that power of faith continuously flowed into Yali's body, watched as her cultivation improved day by day, and watched as her massive channels of faith operated day after day. He was greedy, he was jealous, he even wished he could replace him. Thus, in the end, in order to become a divinity, he chose to seduce Yali. Chapter 58, Unauthorized personnel may not enter. He used his gentleness, his thoughtfulness, and his vows of eternal love to move this woman who longed for love, snatching her away from the side of Chen Yu. He thought that as long as he obtained Yali, he could share in her power of faith and embark on the path to becoming a god. Therefore, he also could not accept this move by Chen Yu. Because this was not just cutting off the path of Yali, but also cutting off his own future. If Yali lost the power of faith, at most her cultivation would stagnate, but she would still be a limit Douluo. But if he lost the power of faith of Yali, that would mean completely losing the possibility of becoming a god. At this moment, Ming stood at the doorway, gazing at the light that had already vanished in the sky, his fists tightly clenched. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. That was hatred for Chen Yu. It was anger at having the path to becoming a god severed. But he quickly suppressed that trace of ruthlessness. He could not be impulsive, could not act recklessly. The strength of Chen Yu was there for all to see. He was not yet an opponent. Therefore, he still needed to continue to endure. Then, wait for a perfect opportunity. He turned around and walked back into the house. The door slowly closed, emitting a muffled sound. Meanwhile, Yali arrived downstairs at the Ming City Parliament building. She took a deep breath and stepped toward the main entrance. Her posture remained elegant, her face remained gentle, but the urgency and anxiety in her eyes could not be hidden no matter what. She was just about to go in when she was directly stopped by the guard. A hand was placed horizontally in front of her, the movement firm and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. The guard stood straight, his expression serious, as if the person standing in front of him was not a limit Douluo, but an ordinary visitor. Non-staff members, please present proof of appointment, the guard said earnestly, his voice steady and rigid. Upon hearing this, Yali revealed a look of absurdity. She, a dignified Holy Spirit Douluo, needed an appointment to enter the Parliament building. She had lived there for 30 years. She was familiar with every corner of this place. Everyone here knew her. Her aura, her physical characteristics, were all stored in the security system of the Parliament building, and her permission rank was also the highest level. She had never needed an appointment to enter or leave this place, and she did not even need to be announced. But she did not show it on her face and said softly, "I am here to see Chen Yu, please step aside." Her voice was still that soft, gentle tone, carrying a kind of affinity that made it impossible to refuse. The guard did not move, he spoke again, repeating the exact same words, not changing a single character. "Please present proof of appointment." Yali took a deep breath, her tone immediately becoming heavier, carrying an unquestionable majesty. "I am Yali, the Holy Spirit Douluo, the Federation's #1 healing type soul master. I need to see Chen Yu, step aside." She announced all of her titles. Every word was spoken with weight. She thought, these titles would be enough to make the guard turn pale, enough to make the guard panic, enough to make the guard immediately step aside and apologize. But no look of surprise appeared in the guard's eyes. Of course he knew who Yali was. This Holy Spirit Douluo had once been the speaker's fiancé, having come in and out of the Parliament building for over 30 years, there was no one in the entire building who did not know her. However, some time ago, Secretary Pan Wen had already sternly informed them. The Holy Spirit Douluo could no longer be the speaker's fiancé, and there was no possibility of reconciliation. It was not an argument, it was completely over. Coupled with the Federation's major actions during this period, they would have to be crazy to let Yali go in and disturb the speaker. Furthermore, how many major matters did the speaker have to deal with every day? Which one was not more important than seeing a former fiancé? Immediately, the guard calmly repeated, "Please present proof of appointment." Yali was also laughed in anger. That laughter carried absurdity, carried anger, and carried a sense of incomprehensible ridiculousness. She had not expected that she had only left for less than 10 days, and this group of people had become so arrogant that they dared to even stop her. 10 days ago, she was still the mistress of this place, coming and going freely, with no one daring to block her. 10 days ago, everyone here would respectfully bow when they saw her, calling out, "Holy Spirit Douluo." 10 days ago, if the guard had dared to stop her, he would have been fired the next day. But now, only 10 days had passed. Everything had changed. She must make Chen Yu fire this group of people who could not distinguish between high and low. Yali swore secretly in her heart. But she forgot that she no longer had this power. At this moment, Secretary Pan Wen also happened to appear, heading toward the outside of the door. He walked out from the side door of the building, holding a thick stack of files in his hand, his steps hurried, his expression solemn. His hair was combed meticulously, but the exhaustion in his eyes was clearly visible. Recently, he had too many things to do. Running around every day, from this department to that department, from this city to that city. Because he had to try his best to ensure that the order to abolish the Holy Spirit Douluo faith landed smoothly, so as to avoid causing too great an impact on the people of the Federation. Those statues needed to be dismantled, those factories needed to be closed, those propaganda efforts needed to be stopped. Every single matter required him to coordinate, supervise, and handle. Therefore, he did not notice Yali at the first moment. He lowered his head, flipping through the files in his hand, calculating the next steps of his work arrangements in his mind as he walked, completely immersed in his own world. And Yali's eyes lit up, as if she had seen a savior. She hurriedly called out, her voice carrying a trace of urgency and joy. "Secretary Pan Wen." Secretary Pan Wen subconsciously raised his head, looking in the direction of the sound, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. He really had not expected to meet Yali here. Because, at this time, shouldn't she be at Shrek Academy? But that trace of surprise quickly disappeared, replaced by an expression so calm it was almost cold. Anyway, the speaker was completely disappointed with this person, and he did not need to worry that the two of them would get back together. And the speaker's attitude was his attitude. Since the speaker was completely disappointed with Yali, he only needed to maintain the most basic courtesy toward Yali. And he had originally wanted to just leave. After all, he still had a pile of things to deal with, and he did not want to waste time on unrelated people. But he considered that Yali was, after all, a limit Douluo, and if she wanted to force her way in, with the guard's 7-ring spirit saint cultivation, it was indeed impossible to stop her. If a limit Douluo was determined to break in, unless a powerhouse of the same rank was dispatched, it would be impossible to block her. Therefore, rather than letting her cause a scene, it was better to go over and see what she wanted to do. Immediately, Secretary Pan Wen headed toward Yali, his steps unhurried, his face as calm as water. He walked up to Yali, stopped, nodded slightly, his tone indifferent, and even a hint of impatience. Chapter 59, Yali begins to regret. What major matter brings Holy Spirit Douluo to the Parliament building? If there is no major matter, I still have work to do. At this moment, the way he looked at Yali was like looking at an ordinary, unimportant visitor. There was no respect, no enthusiasm. He even omitted basic pleasantries. Meanwhile, Yali revealed a sorrowful gaze, her eyes slightly red, and her voice carried grievance. "I want to see Chen Yu, but the guard won't let me." Her voice was very light and soft, carrying a fragility that made people's hearts ache. She looked at Secretary Pan Wen, her eyes filled with expectation, as if waiting for Secretary Pan Wen to uphold justice for her. Hearing this, Secretary Pan Wen nodded, and under the expectant gaze of Yali, he walked up to the guard. He patted the guard on the shoulder, his movements intimate and natural, like patting the shoulder of a capable subordinate. A look of approval appeared on his face as he praised, "Not bad." Yali was stunned on the spot. She stood there, the expression on her face changing from expectation to bewilderment, and from bewilderment to disbelief. Not bad. What does "not bad" mean? Shouldn't Secretary Pan Wen have severely reprimanded this guard, then apologized to her with a panicked look, and finally respectfully invited her up? Isn't this the normal procedure? Isn't this the treatment she should receive? How could Secretary Pan Wen treat a guard who insulted her like this? Meanwhile, the guard puffed out his chest, looking proud. Secretary Pan Wen praised him, saying he was not bad. This meant he had done the right thing, he had blocked the right person, and his persistence and execution had been recognized by his superior. Immediately, he stood even straighter, and his gaze became even more determined. At this moment, the expression of Yali darkened completely. That mask of gentleness and pitiable vulnerability shattered. A flash of anger crossed her eyes, and her voice carried undisguised threats. Secretary Pan Wen, does Chen Yu know you are treating me this way? Do you think your position as Federal Secretary General is too secure? She brought up Chen Yu. She thought that as long as she mentioned Chen Yu, Secretary Pan Wen would be afraid, would panic, and would immediately change his attitude. After all, she was Chen Yu's fiancé. After all, she and Chen Yu had over 30 years of affection. After all, Chen Yu used to dote on her so much. Secretary Pan Wen was nothing more than a secretary to Chen Yu. Did he dare to offend Chen Yu's woman? But Secretary Pan Wen was not threatened, his expression remaining calm. He looked at Yali, his gaze even containing a trace of shock and speechlessness. This woman, it seemed she still hadn't figured out the situation. Who did she think she was? Did she still think she was the speaker's fiancé? Did she still think the speaker would protect her? Holy Spirit Douluo, since you have already chosen Yun Ming, if there is no urgent matter, please leave. Of course, if there is any major matter, you can send someone else. After all, the current parliament building, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Me. Yali laughed, her eyes filled with absurdity and anger. Secretary Pan Wen, have you gone mad? I am Chen Yu's fiancé. What right do you have to stop me? Hearing this, Secretary Pan Wen sneered, the laughter carrying obvious mockery and disdain. You were merely the speaker's former fiancé. Furthermore, isn't this the path you chose yourself? How have you forgotten so quickly? Yali was speechless. Former fiancé. At this moment, these 4 words were like a knife, precisely piercing her heart. Yes, she was already just a former fiancé. It was she who proposed the breakup, she who chose Yun Ming, and she who left Chen Yu. This path was one she chose herself. She stood there, her face turning pale and then flushed, her lips trembling, but she couldn't say a single word. A moment later, holy light surged around her. She wanted to force her way into the parliament building. She wanted to see Chen Yu. She wanted to talk to him face to face and clear things up. But the next second, several sounds of breaking through the air rang out. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, 3 figures rose into the air from different directions of the parliament building, their speed astonishingly fast. The light of their forward battle armor erupted from their bodies, the pressure of the forward battle armor intertwining to form an invisible barrier, completely sealing off Yali's path. 3 Super Douluo appeared, all with forward battle armor emerging, directly stopping Yali. 3 Super Douluo, 3 forward battle armor masters. Such a lineup was enough to contend with any powerhouse. Although Yali was a limit Douluo, she was a healing-type soul master, and her combat power was inherently weak. Facing 3 forward battle armor masters of the same level, she had no chance of winning. At the same time, the mecha squad stationed at the parliament building quickly took to the sky. 9 red mechas flew out from hidden hangars around the building, quickly forming a battle formation in the air. At the same time, the spirit guidance cannon barrels in their hands were all aimed at Yali, with blinding light gathering at the muzzles. At this moment, Yali's face was livid, her eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. She was surrounded in the place she was most familiar with. Those mechas, those battle armors, those weapons, they had all once protected her. Now, they were all aimed at her. At this moment, a trace of regret finally rose in her heart. But it was only a trace. What she regretted was not leaving Chen Yu, but that the way she left was not decent enough, and she hadn't left herself a way out. If she had handled it more skillfully and gently back then, perhaps she wouldn't have ended up in such a situation now. But the regret was only a fleeting thought. She quickly suppressed that bit of regret. She stubbornly believed that her choice was right. Otherwise, she could not accept that she had picked up sesame seeds and lost the watermelon, could not accept that she was actually a fool. And at this time, seeing that she could not force her way in, Yali could only leave first and make other plans. She was just preparing to leave to find other methods. But the mecha squad and the 3 super Douluo did not step aside, instead directly blocking all her exit routes, forcing her to stay in place, unable to advance or retreat. Meanwhile, Secretary Pan Wen directly took out his spirit guidance communicator to ask for instructions from Chen Yu. He walked to the side and reported the situation in a low voice. His speaking speed was fast, his thoughts clear, and he informed Chen Yu of everything that had just happened, concisely and to the point. At this moment, Chen Yu, who was on the top floor of the Parliament building, was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the farce downstairs. His gaze was cold, his face expressionless. There was no anger, no pity, no hesitation on that face, only a calmness that reached the extreme of indifference. With his usual methods, executing Yali directly would be basic procedure. Just to limit Douluo, if she was killed, she was killed. But the previous few times of threatening Shrek had made him discover that Ming's strength was not as strong as in the original work. He had originally thought that as a peak quasi-god, even if Ming was not as good as himself, the difference would not be too great. But in fact, Ming's strength was much weaker than he had anticipated. Chapter 60, Locking onto the Mastermind, Tang Hao. That day, over Shrek City, he forced Ming to defend with all his might using only his pressure. That was simply not the level Ming should have had according to the original work. The current Ming is only at the peak quasi-god cultivation level. An ordinary peak quasi-god. But he clearly remembered that in the original work, Ming's cultivation had long since stepped halfway into the divinity realm, and he could even unleash combat power at the level of a god. That kind of Ming was the one he had read about in the original work. So, what changed in between? What made Ming's cultivation become like this today? But combining the events that have occurred during this period with many questionable plot points in the original work, it gave him a guess. Especially these past few days. He began to study the power of faith. Previously, he followed the path of proving the Tao through strength and disdained the power of faith. But recently, he re-examined the essence and function of the power of faith. He discovered that, besides being easily converted into divine force and increasing cultivation, this power of faith could even create a god position from nothing. This also forced Chen Yu to ponder deeply. Pondering what kind of truth lay behind the plot points not told in the original work. Ming and Yali, were they really together because of love? Or was that so-called love a carefully orchestrated exchange of benefits from the very beginning? But if Ming's self-created god position actually came from absorbing the power of faith of Yali, then, this gave rise to a new problem. That is, the Yali in the original work did not have as massive a power of faith as the Yali in this timeline. One must know that although the Yali in the original work was also a Holy Spirit Douluo and had a certain reputation and faith, it was far from reaching the level of this timeline. After all, she didn't have billions in annual publicity funding, no overwhelming number of statues and books, and no household recognition and reputation. Her power of faith could at most be considered a small stream, rather than a great river. It could be said that in the original work, Ming could self-create a god position, become a half-step divinity, and crush all opponents just by relying on that little bit of power of faith. Then, shouldn't Yali, with such a massive power of faith, have long since become a divinity driven by the power of faith? According to common sense, with the volume of power of faith she has accumulated over these 30 years, even if she couldn't directly ascend to godhood, she should at least have stepped into the quasi-god realm, or even impacted a higher level. But the reality is that Yali has been tightly locked at the limit Douluo realm for nearly 20 years, unable to make any progress. That invisible wall is like a great mountain pressing down on her head, pressing for a full 20 years. At this moment, a hint of playfulness flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the scene of Yali being surrounded by mechs and battle armor below. There was no triumph in his eyes, only a glimmer of having discovered something interesting. This matter is becoming more and more interesting. However, according to existing information, he could actually deduce a thing or two. Yali's power of faith is so massive yet she cannot break through, and Yunming's cultivation is so much weaker than in the original work. There must be some connection between these two things. That is, someone cannot bear to see Yali become a god. And if one works backward from this conclusion to find the cause, then it is clear who did it. The ones with the ability to do this. There are not many people on the entire continent. And those with the motive are even fewer. And the only person who possesses both the ability and the motive is one. Chen Yu's gaze looked towards the sky, and a look of realization flashed in his eyes. His gaze seemed to penetrate the plane's atmosphere, landing on that existence hidden in the dark. You could say that plane master, Tang Hao, and this one, is also exactly the only person who has both the motive and the ability to do it. As the plane master, Tang Hao controls the plane's will and possesses authority and abilities that surpass ordinary divinities. He can influence the rules of this plane and can suppress the cultivation of certain people. Even, he can cut off the faith of certain people. Whoever he wants to have a breakthrough, can have a breakthrough. Whoever he does not want to have a breakthrough, will never be able to have a breakthrough in their entire life. And his motive, Tang Hao's son is Tang San. And Tang San's sea god faith, as the most active and massive faith on the continent in the past, ended up being replaced by Yali during the Sun-Moon Federation period. So, Tang Hao would not be happy to see Yali become a god at all. Therefore, he is manipulating all of this from the shadows. Of course, that Tang Hao would do this. Chen Yu was not too surprised. But the only thing that made him curious is where Yali's power of faith went. One must know that the accumulation of Yali's power of faith over these 30 years is extremely massive. Hundreds of millions of people, 30 years of continuous publicity, countless statues, books, toys, and images that gathered power of faith. Is a rushing, endless long river, enough to push any limit Douluo to the quasi-god or even a higher realm. Theoretically, it could be used by her for a very, very long time. Even if Chen Yu cut off her source of faith. But the power of faith that had already been accumulated should have been enough for her to consume for a long time. But he only ordered the faith to be cut off for 3 days, yet Yali's reaction was so great, even unable to sit still and running to Ming City, which is extremely illogical. Furthermore, her current anxiety, her eagerness, and her desperation all point to one thing. Her power of faith is already nearly exhausted, or it was never accumulated in the first place. In other words, from the very beginning, Yali's power of faith could not be stored, or rather, it was intercepted by someone. Interesting. It really is too interesting. And if he guessed correctly, that portion of Yali's power of faith should be with Tang Hao right now. As the plane master, Tang Hao has sufficient ability and means to snatch that power of faith from Yali's hands. A thoughtful look flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. His brain was running at high speed at this moment, connecting the information, clues, and details collected together, gradually piecing together the complete truth. Thus, he quickly decided on the subsequent plan. Seeing this, Chen Yu picked up the soul guidance communicator on his desk and connected to Secretary Pan Wen's channel. His voice was calm, "Let her go." And after receiving Chen Yu's order, Secretary Pan Wen also immediately gave the order to have everyone withdraw. He waved at the mech squad and the 3 Super Douluo outside the door, making a retreat gesture. Seeing this, the 9 red mechs retracted their soul guidance cannon barrels, slowly retreated in the air, and hid back into the concealed hangars around the building. The 3 Super Douluo also retracted their forward battle armor, turning into 3 streams of light, disappearing in different directions of the building.